Good.
Oh no, that could be so dangerous.
Indeed.
Mm.
But if you have an old computer like mine, it doesn't work.
Right.
Gosh.
Can we add images for each other?
Right.
We are now live on YouTube, just so everyone knows. We are now live on YouTube. Just giving you guys all that heads up.
We appreciate that, Courtney.
Yeah, thank you.
Someone's got to keep this rowdy group in line.
Courtney, this is Liza Jean. Do we have public comment this morning?
We do not have any public comment signed up this morning.
Okay.
And I can see our wonderful FIP presenters are getting on and getting ready this morning. So you should have a fabulous agenda.
That looks like it. I'm looking forward to it.
Perfect. And so with that, Liza Jane, since you have no public comment, do you want to kick the meeting off today? Oh, you're on mute.
Now we can consider it kicked. Welcome everybody to our second day of our meeting. Great to see everybody again. I just thought I might ask, we don't have public comment, but does anybody have any reflections from yesterday, you know, second thoughts, additions that they'd like to contribute before we get started with our FIP presentations? Just put your head down and fell fast asleep, huh? That's great. Okay, well, let's start with our agenda item M. Then Jason, I'll pass that to you.
All right, thank you, Liza Jane. And once again, thank you, everybody. I thought yesterday went really well. A lot of great discussions, and look forward to another full day of good conversations today. So we're going to start off with agenda item M, and I have Eric and Andrew up.
Yes, great. Thank you, Jason. Members of the board, for the record, Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager at OWEB. And we're really excited for this morning's item, agenda item M, to hear from our 5 Cohort 2 implementation FIP partnerships. It's a great opportunity to hear progress from their first biennium of work. And in fact, our rules actually require that they come and report to you at the end of each biennium so that you can be prepared for your spending plan decision for their next biennium of work. And the way this is going to be structured today, Andrew's going to go through a brief introduction presentation, and then we're going to have each partnership present. 2 to 3 members from each partnership will present to you for about 15 minutes, leaving another 15 minutes for conversation, questions, and discussion with each group. And of course, we'll take breaks in between at appropriate times. So I'll turn it over here to Andrew to provide the intro, and then he'll introduce our first partnership to you.
Great, thanks, Eric. And good morning, everybody. Co-chairs, members of the board, great to see you all. For the record, Andrew Dutter, Partnerships Coordinator with OWEB. As Eric said, I'll give an overview of the FIP program here. But first, I did just want to offer a couple of clarifying points that I think may be helpful for our discussion today. The first is, just to be clear, when we refer to the Cohort 2 FIP partnerships, those are the partnerships that were first awarded with FIP funding with this biennium, so in July of 2019. So these partnerships have been in business with OWEB, so to speak, at least through the FIP program for about the last year and a half, and we'll hear about their progress through this first biennium of their FIP initiatives. As you know, OWEB has 6 other FIP partnerships that were originally awarded back in January of 2016, and those partnerships, let's see, 2 of those 6 have now fully obligated all of their FIP funding, and the other 4, I think more than likely will have done so by this time next year. So tentatively, we may plan on hearing from those 6 partnerships that we call Cohort 1 around late 2021. So just want to be clear, the distinction between the 2. Again, today we'll hear from Cohort 2, or the partnerships that started this biennium. The other clarifying point I wanted to offer is related to your staff report. And so again, this is agenda item M, and it starts on page 84 of the PDF that is your board ebook. And more specifically, attachment B, which is a few pages in, this is a list of projects that each partnership is supporting with FIP funding for this biennium. And you'll see the first page of attachment B does not have a header. That is actually the project list for the Baker Sage Grouse FIP. The second page is mistakenly labeled Baker, and that's actually the Clackamas FIP. The Clackamas FIP is also page 3. So just want to be clear, page 1 is the Baker FIP, and pages 2 and 3 are Clackamas, and then the remaining pages after that should be correctly labeled. So with that, I'll jump into the program overview. And this may be old news for some of you. It may be a good refresher for others, but I think in any case, good context for today's discussion. Starting with, well, let's see, I'm going to do my screen share here, pop up the presentation. Sorry, bear with me just a moment. Okay. Can you, Eric, can you give me a thumbs up if you can see? Okay, great. So jumping right in, starting with the definition of the FIP of a focus investment. So it is one that addresses a board identified priority of significance to the state. And we'll look at those in more detail here in just a moment. A focus investment achieves clear and measurable ecological outcomes. So we'll hear more about that from each of the partnerships. It is guided by a strategic action plan. And again, I'll touch on that in more detail shortly. And a focus investment is implemented by a high-performing partnership. And according to our FIP administrative rules, we define a high-performing partnership as as a collaborating group of organizations with an existing governance structure that includes a formal decision-making process that results in an effective performance history. So in sum, the FIP program supports collaborating partnerships in implementing restoration initiatives at the watershed or landscape scale. This next slide is the board identified priorities of significance to the state. And the FIP program really is premised on these 7 priorities. Every FIP initiative is required to address one of these 7 priorities. These were first adopted by the board in 2015 after extensive input from the conservation community around the state. And according to FIP rules, OWEB will review these 7 priorities at least every 5 years. You may recall back at the January 2020 board meeting, the board approved the first review where we updated a number of these priorities. And so that was about a 15-month process that concluded at the January meeting. It involves a lot of coordination with the FIP committee, our sister natural resource agencies, public input, input from our partners, and so on. So it's an extensive process. And for those that are interested, OWEB has a memo for each priority area that includes a map of the priority posted on the FIP page on our website. So you can take a closer look at each priority area that way. If we look at some of the key concepts and terms with the FIP program, and we'll hear these today, so good background for our discussion today. FIP initiatives can span up to 6 years or 3 biennia and a maximum of $12 million or $4 million per biennium. And I would say that our average FIP initiative has been awarded about $2 to $2.5 million per biennium. The strategic action plan is the long-term conservation strategy, or essentially the restoration roadmap of each partnership. These might be anywhere from a 10 to 30-year time frame, perhaps longer. And they cover a broad geography. So oftentimes it might be a full watershed or a relatively large landscape. And every partnership that applies to the FIP program is required to have a strategic action plan at the time of application. The initiative, what I keep referring to as a FIP initiative, is the program, the restoration program that a partnership will pursue with FIP funding. And so it could be the entirety of the strategic action plan, but more likely, more typically, it's just a portion of or that bite of the strategic action plan that the partnership feels it can accomplish in the 6-year time frame with the requested funding. And every partnership goes through a very rigorous competitive process to be awarded funding at the initiative level. And so it involves a review of the partnership dynamics, the same team as our partnership technical assistance reviews. We review third-party expert review of the ecological and restoration components. And then, as you may recall, the FIP committee conducts interviews with each of the partnership applicants. So a lot of vetting goes into the FIP initiative before awards are made. And then lastly, the work plan is the list of restoration actions or projects that each partnership will pursue per biennium. And so we ask for an updated work plan for each new biennium. The list of projects you see in attachment B of the staff report, that is reflective of each partnership's work plan for this biennium. And those work plans are also reflective of the partnership's process for identifying, prioritizing, and sequencing projects within their FIP initiative geography. So I think one other key point on this slide is that one of the critical advantages of the FIP program, the way that it's structured, is this relatively long-term secured funding that the partnerships receive, because it really allows for these partnerships to conduct strategic restoration planning, where they can take on high priority, large scale, complex, expensive restoration projects and phase them over time and incorporate various components of monitoring as well. So if we dive a little bit deeper into some of the mechanics of the FIP grant making process, once a FIP is awarded its biennial funding, those funds actually stay with OWEB in what we call a holding account. And the partnership submits project level applications in the same application type as we do for open solicitation, so restoration, technical assistance, monitoring, stakeholder engagement, and so on. And we allocate funds to each project through the technical review process. And so the FIP review process differs from open solicitation in that at the project level, in that we're not making competitive funding decisions. So we're not saying fund, no fund, we're not ranking projects. Again, the initiatives themselves went through a very rigorous competitive process to be awarded FIP funding. But instead, our TRT process, our technical review process, involves a collaborative and constructive discussion between the technical review teams and the partners and OWEB staff to ensure technical soundness of each project and to help improve projects wherever possible. OWEB works with each partnership to identify members of the technical review teams who have the most relevant expertise and can work collaboratively with the partnerships. And we also determine the timing of grant cycles in order to help the partners meet their implementation timelines for getting projects on the ground. So I think what maybe the key point in all of this really is that OWEB works very collaboratively with each of the partners to help the partnerships meet their restoration goals through their FIP initiative. And as I like to think of it, OWEB is a partner with the partnerships through the FIP program. This next slide is attachment A in your staff report. This is a map of the FIP initiatives around the state. This is all 11 that OWEB has funded since 2016. And you can see the different colors of the initiative geographies correspond to the priority areas or the board identified priorities that I mentioned earlier. Today, we'll be hearing from Cohort 2. And so those are the initiatives labeled in black from west to east. Starting in Southwest Oregon, that's the Rogue Forest Restoration Initiative. And then looking north, the Clackamas FIP. Moving east, we have the John Day Basin Partnership and the Warner Partnership. And then in Eastern Oregon, the Baker Sage Grouse FIP. And then last slide here, this is a table of both the 2019-21 budgets for the 5 FIPs that we'll hear from today, as well as their requests, or we anticipate their requested budgets being for the 21-23 biennium. And staff will present these to you again in March as part of the spending plan discussion. This table is also in your staff report, in the body of the staff report there. A couple things to note here. If you look at the totals at the bottom, our leverage funding cumulatively for each of the 5 FIPs is about a 1-to-1 match for OWEB's investment. So I think that's really exciting to see. Our FIP rules only require a 25% match. So clearly, collectively, the partnerships are exceeding that. And then the other point I wanted to make here is that the 1921 awards, those numbers that you see there include what we refer to as the make whole funding. So that make whole funding are dollars that were originally committed at the start of this biennium, but currently are not available to the partnerships as a result of the June spending plan rebalancing. And so that is about $760,000 total for this Cohort 2 FIPs, and it applies to 3 of the 5 FIPs. So we will also share that make whole funding as part of the March spending plan discussion for next biennium. So I think I'll stop there and see, Eric, if there's any additional comments or clarifications to what I've shared. And after that, happy to take questions from the board.
Thanks, Andrew. No additional comments from me. Nice work.
I see Jamie's got her hand up.
Yeah, thank you very much. And first, just as a side comment, I know myself and some others are sometimes off camera because we're having broadband issues. So just any speakers, advanced apologies if we're off camera. Wanted to ask, and part of this is a question for now, and part of it is a question welcoming feedback in the future. But I'm always incredibly impressed, not just at the results of our FIPS projects, but also in the focus on partnerships to create solution. Andrew, you did a great job of really emphasizing that in your presentation. One of our strategic goals is to expand to non-traditional partnerships. It's also a major focus of our DEI committee right now. While I understand that today's discussion is more around funding, the project info, I just want to say that I'd be interested in also hearing some of the efforts as our presenters provide information on their projects, to hear a little bit about the work being done to expand partnerships, and then also just to open up and welcome everyone who's going to be presenting it from FIPS project, to just know that if you have ideas that come up in the future, the DEI committee, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion committee, is very much seeking input on your ideas for what we can be doing to expand some of our partnerships, and especially to some of our non-traditional partners. So just wanted to flag that for everyone, but thank you.
Thanks very much, Jamie. Really appreciate that comment. And if I could, just one thought in response, you all may recall that what is now the Partnership Technical Assistance Program, which was formerly the Development FIP Program. When we made that transition, the first grant offering for Partnership TA those awards were made in January of 2020. One thing that we did when we shifted from Development FIP to Partnership TA was allow partnerships to be funded doing work that doesn't necessarily fall under those 7 priority areas, with the idea to incentivize partnerships that may be working on new or different things, emerging priorities, that sort of thing, to I think get at the point you've made. So just wanted to like that.
All right, do we have any other questions?
Jason, I do.
Go ahead, Liza.
This is Liza Jane for the record. Andrew, I think I heard you say that the average, and it looks like 2.5 million for these FIPs, but 4 million's available. I'm curious about that. Could more be getting done if that funding's available, or what's the gap about there, in your opinion?
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Liza Jane. I could give this a shot. Eric, if you have other thoughts too, feel free to jump in. But 4 million really is just the maximum amount that the partnerships can request. And so what we've said is with these FIP initiatives, it's essentially what the partnerships feel that they can accomplish in those 6 years within their specific initiative geography. And that would be a subset of their larger strategic action plan geography. And so we do have a couple instances with FIPs that OWEB has funded where they have requested the full $4 million. But I think other partnerships have just done the calculus on what's needed to tackle the sort of the initiative at hand. And what we have found is that has tended to be more in that $2.5 million range. So it's not to say that they couldn't request more, but that so far, given what we've seen in both the first and second solicitations for the FIP program, that's I would say the average request that we've seen so far.
For the record, Eric Williams, I would just add to that that at the beginning of the program, when it was initiated, the board expressed a desire for, while we have that maximum request of 4 million, expressed a desire that they average about $2 million. And the reason for that was when the program was being launched, I think the board was interested in being able to fund a good variety of applications that came in. And since that initial round, we have kept that language in the solicitation documents that we've got the $4 million max and that we're seeking an average of 2 million per FIP. But Andrew's right on. The applications that come in really are an expression of what each partnership thinks they can effectively achieve each biennium.
Great. All right, Alan, I see your hand up. Oh, you're on mute.
Eric just covered what I was going to say, Liza Jane, is that sometimes it boils down to just raw capacity. Do they have the ability to manage that much money and get grants out with the people they have on staff? And in conversations I've had with a couple of FIPs, it's just the ability to manage $4 million and $4 million worth of grants, and then 2 years later, the same type of thing coming on. So it can present a challenge for some of the FIPs. For some of the FIPs, they can do it. So there's pragmatic implications there of getting the total.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering if there's something we could do to help, improve that capacity so more could be done. But each is unique. I'm sure a lot's being done to address that, and I appreciate that information. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just add, Liza Jane, we do within the structure of the FIP program. I mentioned earlier that partnerships will submit project level applications, restoration, TA monitoring, and so on. We also offer essentially partnership capacity funding. So that helps the partnerships continue to convene and go through their partnership planning and strategizing, prioritizing projects, and so on. The FIP funding has been able to support some additional staff in some of these, within some of these partnerships. But it is very interesting in that we I think tend to often hear that one of the main limiting factors in accomplishing restoration in any area is available funding. And yet when there is a lot of funding available, it's actually harder to get those dollars on the ground than you might think. And so it's an interesting balance there, but appreciate the question.
All right, any other questions for Andrew? Okay, we can continue.
Okay, great. Well, with that, let's see, I will call on the first partnership that we'll hear from today. So this is the Baker Local Implementation Team, Sage Grouse FIP. And so Dallas Hall DeFries and Jackie Couples will be joining us. If you all, turn on your video and unmute yourselves. I have the presentation here, and just as a reminder, 15 minutes for presentation, 15 minutes for Q&A. I'll give you a warning at 3 minutes, and let me know when to advance slides. So take it away.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. That was a really good introduction to the FIPs. I'm Dallas Hall DeFries. I'm the Baker County Sage Grouse LIT coordinator, which is a position that was actually funded by our FIP. And with me today is Jackie Couples, and she is a wildlife biologist with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and she was really integral in getting the FIP initiative for the Baker LIT. So I will be presenting, and then Jackie and I will both be answering questions at the end. So here's an overview slide of our FIP initiative. We are the Baker Sage Grouse Comprehensive Threat Reduction Plan FIP. Our priority species is the greater sage grouse. Our core partners are listed there: Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the NRCS, Baker County, Tri-County Cooperative Weed Management Area, the BLM, the Powder Basin Watershed Council, and private landowners. So all of those core partners are sit on our board, and all of them, with the exception of the BLM, have voting power through the LIT. Other partners that we work with is OSU Extension, the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Reservation, the Nature Conservancy, Baker Valley Vector Control, Institute for Natural Resources, the Eastern Oregon Agricultural Research Service, and rural landowners. Next slide, Andrew. So the purpose of our initiative is to increase the quality and quantity of sage grouse habitat and ultimately the Baker sage grouse population. And the way that we are planning on doing that is treating a huge threat within Baker County and obviously across the West, but invasive annual weeds and other noxious broadleaf weeds, things like whitetop. We also want to start using grazing management as a tool to promote ecological health instead of degradation on the landscape, augment understory vegetation, and this generally refers to making sure that we have a good community of perennial grasses, which are important to sage grouse habitat, as well as sagebrush, but also things like plant biodiversity, so looking at different sagebrush wildflowers and things like that. We are looking to enhance mesic habitat. So these are springs and seeps and streams that are out in the sagebrush steppe that are really important habitat for sage grouse, especially in their late brood rearing stage. And finally, we hope to bridge information gaps. And so finding out how things like predator subsidies, which mostly refer to ravens, which are a major predator to sage grouse, West Nile virus, and the quality and location of where mesic habitat is on the landscape may be affecting sage grouse populations. So that map there is generally a map of Baker County. it extends up into Union County, kind of in the northwest corner there. And the gray highlighted area is where sage grouse habitat is found within Baker County and where we have our projects happening. The kind of bubbles on that map too represent our 2-mile lek buffers. And so these are areas where we know that sage grouse go to mate and nest with a 2-mile buffer around them. So those are especially an important geographic area where we want to focus a lot of our conservation work. Next slide. So I put this slide together. I hope as I go through it, it becomes a little bit less busy and easier to understand. But I wanted to show kind of what the funding that we have gotten through the FIP for 2019-2020 has done for us so far. The dark blue row at the top are the different types of projects that have been funded through the FIP. And then below them are kind of the actions as a result of that funding. And then the bottom colored boxes are how those relate back to our strategies in our strategic action plan results chain. So busy slide, but I'll try to walk you through it. So Andrew mentioned implementation capacity as part of what FIPs fund. And that has truly been really integral in getting us to a place where we're hitting the ground running. Part of that, as I mentioned, funded my position, but it also has helped do a lot of other capacity work, like getting organized and getting other partners to work on bridging different information gaps. And these information gaps are important to us because we need to know in the future where we want to direct funding and better understand how different threats are affecting sage grouse in our really vulnerable population. Through this, we've also been working on a database development. We have a fairly rigorous monitoring protocol for all the projects that are happening as part of this FIP. And we want to get that organized in a way that will be easily reportable and communicable to other partners throughout the region. So with that, we have also done, as I mentioned, a lot of the bridging information gap exercises. We did 60 plots this last summer to help understand the location and quality for mesic habitat on our landscape. We added 15 new West Nile virus testing sites. We've held grass bank meetings looking at options for landowners in our area to put their cows or cattle when wildfire strikes or if they need to rest in the area for restoration projects. And we've also been working with OSU to get preliminary results of raven subsidies. And we started an understory enhancement project planning with some of our external partners as well. And so then that relates back down to strategy 1 and strategy 4 of our results chain. I think you'll probably hear from many of the FIP partnerships that stakeholder engagement looked a little bit different in 2020 than what we expected. We were planning on having a lot more in-person workshops and educational meetings, especially with landowners in our area. I should mention, because I think it's important, our geography is made up of 70% private landowners, and so a lot of those are ranchers that we're working with. So we wanted to increase capacity there as far as communication and outreach. And of course, 2020 happened and that didn't happen as we expected, but I think we were still able to have success in that area. We had 4 public outreach events. Half of those were virtual. We still had our LIT quarterly meetings, and we successfully transferred the CCAA permit. And for those of you who aren't familiar, the CCAA is a program with U.S. Fish and Wildlife that allows landowners to implement conservation for sage grouse on their property in return for kind of having some more protection if sage grouse were listed. And we are also hiring a CCAA coordinator. We're in the middle of interviews right now for that position, and we had 1 new CCAA enrollment. And we also did more outreach of flyers and phone calls to landowners to try to continue that engagement. And finally, as far as restoration, this is kind of like where the bulk of the money goes, less behind the scenes and more implementation. I think so far we've allocated around $730,000 towards restoration projects on the ground. With that, you can see the list of what we've done there, but just to highlight some things, we did 26,000 acres of weed inventory with that, and that's going to be really helpful for us as far as project planning in the future to see where we want to focus future projects and work. We've sprayed just about 6,000 acres of either invasive annual grass or broadleaf weeds, and then a portion of those acres are allocated for seeding and follow-up treatment later down the road when it's the proper time for seeding. Another thing that the LIT is really focused on is trying to make holistic projects where we can work with the landowner and ensure long-term success, and that can be through things like putting more fences on their landscape so they can more easily rotate cattle, and working with them and other agencies to create grazing management plans. So you'll see that listed on there as well. As I mentioned, we did develop a pretty rigorous monitoring protocol, and that's been implemented on all of our projects. And so far, we have had 28 different landowners enrolled, which I think is a pretty good success for just a year and a half of doing projects on the ground. Over on the last column there, you'll see we're also working with the BLM, which has a recreation site kind of in a large portion of our sage grouse habitat to put an OHV wash station out there. This is to prevent further spread of noxious weeds. And so with that, we've had a lot of preliminary discussions and looking at designs, looking at the NEPA options, and we're just about to move forward with the final kind of plan. So that will be in time for our Biennium 2 funding. I'll go through, I know this is busy, but I don't want to spend too much longer on this. So if you have questions at the end, I'm happy to refer back to this slide. So next slide, Andrew. So as far as a project that we wanted to highlight that really represented the priority of the LIT, this is the Love Reservoir project. This is a project where FIP money has been able to work off of previous efforts by the landowner and different agencies. This is a project that's really integral to our sage grouse habitat. It basically sits right in the geographic center of our habitat and is highly utilized by birds. I've been out there in the winter and actually trapped sage grouse on this property. This property also has Love Ditch, which is a highly utilized mesic habitat that sage grouse use. And historically, this was a congregation site for sheep herders in the area. And so for many years, up until the 1980s, there would be thousands of sheep that congregated here, and they would shear them right in this area. And there's definitely some legacy impacts that can still be seen out here. So this is, there's a lot of weeds and things like that. So this is really a priority area for us to work in. You can kind of see the different polygons there. The ones highlighted in red are projects funded by NRCS or ODFW, where they did some spraying of weeds and plantings. And the FIP has kind of been able to see, work around that. So you can see those other polygons that are not highlighted in red are where FIP funds went. So with that funding, we were able to seed 500 acres of areas that have been previously treated with herbicide. We did an additional 300 acres of invasive annual grass spraying and 500 acres of broadleaf noxious weed spraying. As part of this project, which is really, I think, interesting and could benefit the FIP in the long term as well, is there was 240 acres of a different weed treatment that's kind of not in an experimental stage, but hasn't really readily been used in this landscape yet. And so we're looking to see if in the future for different projects that herbicide will be, better than what we've been using in the past as technology improves. Next slide, Andrew. So just to look at this kind of as a more zoomed out scale, that Love Reservoir project is the project that's in red, the polygon there with the arrow pointing towards it. And as the Baker LIT, as applications come towards us to fund projects, we have a evaluation criteria, and this criteria really ranked high. For some of the reasons that I already mentioned, you'll see tier 1 priority that basically refers to if it's in a geographic location that's important to sage grouse, and one that we're also able to build off of. So you can see those other colored polygons around the Love Reservoir project are subsequent projects that we've funded. And this is the goal of the LIT, to really work kind of building blocks and having a really strategic approach to funding projects on the landscape, instead of kind of doing a shotgun approach where we're just funding projects willy-nilly. Especially with weeds, it's always important to get your neighbor on board. And we've really seen that, especially being kickstarted with this landowner. This project had more than 75% match and a lot of collaboration with our different partners, as I mentioned. It addresses the goals and objectives of our FIP work plan, and it had technical and fiscal soundness. Another really key component of this project was the willingness of the landowner to work with different agencies and adapt his grazing management in order to promote success on this landscape. He's really passionate about restoring this land, and it's just been a pleasure for us to work with.
Hey, Dallas.
And, oh yeah.
Real quick, this is Jason Robinson for the record. So Mark had his hand up. I wanted to see Mark. Do you have a comment now, or can that wait till the end of the presentation?
It can wait, Jason.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Mark. All right. Sorry, Dallas. Go ahead.
And, real quick, Dallas, you're at the 3-minute mark, just so you know.
Okay, great. I'll hurry up. Just one last thing on this slide. This project also supports ongoing CCAA objectives of the FIP, which basically just means that there's a bigger commitment to long-term conservation on this land. So next slide, Andrew. So the board asked to hear about some of the challenges that have happened over the FIP and adaptive management that has been a result of those challenges. And I really have to say that, you know, I think our first year of the FIP, we saw necessary growing pains, and that really resulted in kind of solidifying the strengths of the LIT and the FIP partnership. So I'm sure you'll hear how COVID has impacted different partnerships. I was really nervous about how we would maintain landowner engagement. But what I found is I think that we had really strong networking and relationships with many of our FIP partners with landowners prior to the onset of 2020, and through, you know, communication with landowners, sending out mailings, making sure that they're seeing us and seeing that with the work that we're doing, we've been able to increase the amount of landowner engagement, kind of snowballing as we've continued through these projects, which has been really beneficial for us to see. Another thing that, you know, is always difficulty is when FIP partners undergo leadership transitions, and this delayed some of our objectives and the timelines that we wanted to see happen a little bit more quickly. And this mostly refers to the CCAA permit being transferred and getting a CCAA coordinator hired. This is happening now, which is, you know, nearly a year after what we had really hoped. But I think because we have really strong partners still within the FIP, once we were able to get that ball rolling, we're going to be able to hit the ground running and still be really successful. So I know that there's more here, and this is another busy slide, but I want to make sure that we have plenty of time for questions, and happy to return to any of these slides if the board would like. So with that, I'll go to the next slide and we can start taking questions.
Great. All right, so Mark, I'll go ahead and go to you first.
Okay, thank you. Mark Labhart, ODF&W Commission. Thank you for the presentation, very impressive. You actually did answer my questions. Showed some of the great things that you've accomplished, but I'm always curious about lessons learned and challenges that you face. And so you've addressed those, so I'm glad I waited till the end. So anything more that you'd want to say on, you know, if I had to do this over again, here's what we would do kind of thing, and lessons learned?
You know, I think it's always really good to be able to answer that question, yes. It makes us look good and flexible and adaptive, but you know, this has been just a pleasure. We have a really strong working group, and any challenge that we've seen has kind of been a small bump in the road. and I hope that continues to happen. So I don't have a great answer for you on that one.
Okay, great. Thank you again for the presentation. Very impressive.
Thanks, Mark. So I have Gary, Stephen, Tony, and then Alan. So Gary.
Hi, this is Gary Marshall for the record. Dallas, thank you. Great presentation. This is good work you guys are doing. I have a couple questions here, but one of them being, you mentioned CCAA several times, and I would just, and you mentioned you had one new enrollment. Can you tell me how many total enrollees you have within your perimeter of CCAAs?
Yeah, I'm going to pass that question on to Jackie because she knows much better than I do.
Hi, I'm Jackie Couples with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and I believe the current numbers, I have to double check, is 7 enrollees, and we have a list of land that we know are interested that have been on a waiting list, kind of waiting for the permit transfer to happen between agencies. So I think once we get our CCAA coordinator hired, we're ready to ramp that program up. So we're looking forward to that. I think the interest is there, and we have the opportunity to really enhance that program's implementation. Hope that answers your question.
Okay, yeah, I did. Thank you. So what is, like, you guys have any kind of like target acreage that you anticipate enrolling in the CCAAs?
Go ahead, Jackie.
Oh, actually, you know what? Go ahead, Dallas. I know that you have that in our strategic action plan.
Yeah, I think instead of an actual amount of acreage, it was the percentage of landowners in the area. And I think I'm not confident that I know the percentage, but I think we wanted 25% of landowners within our geography enrolled in CCAAs. Hopefully that sounds right, Jackie, but I can refer back to the strategic action plan and look that up for you too.
And for context, there's close to 500,000 acres that are eligible to be enrolled in the CCAA. So we currently have 42,000 acres enrolled.
Great. That's good participation, it sounds like to me. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Stephen?
Thanks. That great presentation, Dallas. It was really very informative, and I really enjoyed the broad approach you're taking. I have just a question on in general about how do you measure success, and you are looking at a number of different types of restoration efforts, and I can see how you can measure success of those in terms of acreage or a variety of different measures. But your overall goal is to improve the quantity and quality of habitat. How do you measure that? Are you looking at in terms of quantity? Are you looking at range expansion or things like that? And quality, are you looking at things like health of the population densities, reproductive success? How do you measure that those restorations are having an impact on the overall quality and quantity of the habitat?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So as far as quantity, I think that's referring to making sure that the available habitat that we have now, portions of that are obviously being heavily degraded. And so if we are able to increase or decrease the quantity of those degraded sites, I would say that we're increasing the quality and quantity of other sage-grouse habitat. I mentioned the monitoring protocol that we implemented as part of this project, and that's really, we kind of worked with a lot of partners around the state to answer that question, is how do we know that we're being successful? And there's 2 main ways right now that the state and other agencies are kind of looking at that success, and that's through one protocol, which is basically like a species composition that the BLM uses called AIM. And then the other one is one that these CCAA programs use, which is kind of a state in transition model to describe the landscape. And so there's 5 different states, A being the best state, D being the worst state. So we're doing all of that, but I think how we ultimately want to measure this is we want to see an increase in the population. And I think it's important to keep in mind, especially in this area, in a sagebrush climate and a really arid climate, restoration does not happen over a year even, or sometimes even over several years, especially if drought or wildfire happens. And so we're hoping to be able to monitor change over time and see an increase in desirable species and a decrease in less desirable species.
Okay, thanks.
Great. All right. I have Tony, then Alan, Randy, and Jimmy.
Hey, thanks. For the record, Tony Selly. Dallas, thanks for your presentation. It was great. Can you talk a little bit more about your partnerships? You stand from federal partnership all the way to local private landowners, and federal side you have to fit within resource management plans, all those other things, and down to. So can you talk a little bit about the how that operates for you and learn your process of working at that full continuum of scales for partnerships?
Yeah, I'm happy to. You cut out a little bit there, so I think I got the gist of your question, but if not, please let me know if there's anything else I need to answer. But it seems like you're asking, how do we work with agencies and landowners and kind of the partnership as a whole? And I really have to say that individually, the representatives from each one of our agencies has a pretty good reputation with landowners in our area and good working relationships with one another. It's my job to make sure that communication happens within agencies and then also with landowners. And that's just through a lot of, phone calls, emails, handwriting letters. I'm writing Christmas letters to landowners right now that are involved in our projects and things like that. We have a group that has really come together and works well together. And I think a lot of that goes towards Jackie, who kind of started this initiative and got really good people involved and has continued to promote collaboration and success through the FIP.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Tony. Alan?
Nice presentation, Dallas. Looks like you guys are doing great work, and you have lots to do out there. On slide 12, you had in column 1 on the left-hand side, you had a statement that said, preliminary results of Raven subsidies. What the heck does that mean?
Good question. Maybe Jackie, do you want to answer that one?
Sure, absolutely. So Fish and Wildlife Service, ODFW, and Oregon State University have been partnering on a research project looking at the interactions between ravens and sage grouse. Ravens are known nest predators of sage grouse, and so in the Baker area, we've been particularly concerned about the potential for them to be disproportionately affecting sage grouse survival in the Baker Pack. And we did some preliminary and ongoing measurements of raven density and compare that against known thresholds of when ravens are above a particular threshold, they can have population limiting effects on sage grouse. So that's sort of the background to that, this project. The subsidies, it's been well documented in the research and literature that ravens are expanding across the West because they're benefiting from human activities and structures and subsidies on the landscape that allow them to flourish. So things like tall structures where they can build their nests and perch and facilitate hunting and sage grouse habitat, we consider that a subsidy. Roadkill, and livestock carcasses, food subsidies, dumps, those sorts of things are all the features that we would want to ultimately reduce the influence of ravens on the Baker sage grouse population.
Got it.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, Randy.
Yes. Dallas and Jackie, very good job. I really enjoyed your presentation. I want to dial down to ground level and ask you how you control whitetop.
If I had the answer to that question, I'd be a millionaire. We work really closely with our weed districts here. They're some of our partners in the LIT, and you know, I don't have a lot of knowledge as far as what herbicide to spray or things like that, but it's a mix of grazing management and herbicide. And so I know one of our projects that we just did treatment on this spring, I think it was like a 200-acre basically sea of whitetop that was just sprayed. And you know, we're going to monitor that next year, and hopefully we'll see that that worked well, and we can either follow up with seeding or more spot spraying of herbicide. It's a tricky weed and tough to control. So I don't have a great answer, but we're trying to tackle it from all angles here.
Okay, is timing pretty crucial as to when you spray?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's one that you really want to spray in the spring. And you have to be careful because I think that herbicide can also impact sagebrush. So in the area that I just mentioned, there's no sagebrush to impact. So you're basically just trying to take out that layer of whitetop and then go back in and reseed and use cattle to take out any remnant green stuff and things. But yeah, you generally want to do that spraying in the spring.
Thank you.
And this is Jackie. I would just add that one of the things that we found so attractive and a perfect sort of marriage between the FIP funding program is just the need often is for repeat treatments or follow-up treatments, because you're never going to get it all in one treatment. And so what we really liked about the FIP offering 6 years of funding is that it wasn't like we needed to scramble for that next round of funding in order to get the trace amounts of whitetop cleared out or whatever the treatment might require. And so this particular funding structure really met the needs of what our threats to sage grouse are in Baker. These are long-term persistent problems that need a consistent funding source. So that's just a little extra
great, thanks.
Bonus answer.
Whitetop can affect one's sanity.
That's right. That's right.
Great, thanks, Randy. Jamie.
Thank you. Like everyone's saying, thank you, Dallas. Great job on the presentation. And thank you for your ongoing work for our state. I really appreciate your focus, especially for my comment before about collaboration and engagement, and also want to recognize the challenge of doing that during the pandemic. I fully appreciate, so good job on that. Obviously, engagement in your work, engagement with government agencies and landowners is just fundamental. So that's kind of the required. I'm just curious if you have any thoughts on other opportunities or groups. Yes, the ranching sector, it's not like the ag sector where the harvesting crops where you typically have a larger worker population, but are there other communities other than landowners, other than government agencies that we can be thinking about in the future for other types of FIPS program for the information gap that you mentioned?
That's a really good question, Jamie. Boy, the answer I'm sure is yes. Off the top of my head, I think I kind of spoke with Andrew about this a little bit earlier about, who our partners can be. I think continuing to work with tribes, especially in Eastern Oregon, they're a huge landowner, is going to continue to be really important, and they have a lot of expertise. In our area specifically, we don't have a lot of overlap with tribes. I think another entity that we potentially might want to work with closely is power agencies. And so Idaho Power has a lot of power, no pun intended, but money in this that they can put into this region. And looking at things like B2H, the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line, if that is to go through, I think that we need to look at how we can leverage that type of thing to be beneficial for us as much as it can be. Obviously, that's not going to be a great thing for sage grouse, but looking at opportunities like that and being strategic with who we're working with, and things like that.
Great, thank you. Just as apologize, Jace, just as a quick follow-up, I'm also other thoughts. That's very helpful. Thank you. There are other thoughts also on maybe communities that don't have as much power, either through electricity or otherwise. But that also are part of the community, involved in the community, could potentially have impacts, but also are not typically invited to the table. And I recognize again in this area, the population density is lower. So.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Generally that group is our ranchers. And especially with our geography being so predominantly privately owned, as you know, there's a broad range of the type of rancher out there. And so I think just increasing our depth into that pool of private landowners is really the biggest challenge and really can be the most unrepresented group. Jackie, do you have any other groups that you can think of that are?
Well, yeah, actually, I don't know if I'm really going to be able to answer your question either, but something that I believe Liza commented on earlier before our presentation got my the wheels in my brain turning a little bit, and in terms of the gap between the available funds and then what FIPs can actually manage and get projects rolling. And one benefit, and I know that Maida brought this up during her presentation at SageCon, is just how OWEB dollars trickle down through the economy. And so one layer of that economy are contractors, local contractors that are hired to do this work, whether it's building fence or spraying weeds or, helping with grazing management. And so while we think of ranchers, as the landowners, there is this other tier of the economy that does benefit and that is engaged indirectly through the FIP, if that makes sense.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do we have any more questions for Dallas or Jackie? All right. Once again, thank you guys very much for the presentation. Eric or Andrew, any additional follow-up on this presentation?
Not for me.
Okay.
Not for me either. Thanks, Jason. And thanks, Dallas and Jackie.
Perfect.
Thank you, guys.
I think what we'll do, we're a little bit early, but why don't we go ahead and take a break real quick. We'll take a 15-minute break, come back at 9:15, and then we'll move on to our second presentation. Eric, Andrew, do you see any issues with us moving that up to 9:15?
No issues, Jason. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Perfect. All right. We'll see you guys back in 15 minutes. All right, it's 9:15. We'll just wait for a few more of our board members to jump on here and then we'll get started. Okay, Eric and Andrew, I'll turn it back over to you guys.
Great, thanks, Jason. Welcome back, everybody. The next partnership we'll hear from is the Clackamas Partnership, Cheryl McGinnis and Jim Brick. So Cheryl and Jim, go ahead and turn on your video and unmute. I will pop the presentation up on the screen. And just as a reminder, we will do a 3-minute warning and then and let me know when you'd like to advance slides. So maybe Eric, a thumbs up if you can see the PowerPoint. Okay, thanks. All right, Cheryl and Jim, take it away.
Thank you. For the record, Cheryl McGinnis, Executive Director of the Clackamas River Basin Council. Good morning, and thank you, Chairs Liza Jane, Jason, OWEB board members, OWEB Director Maida, and OWEB staff members. We truly appreciate the support that accelerates our ability to get restoration actions on the ground. Jim Brick, ODFW Implementation Coordinator for the Lower Columbia River Conservation Recovery Plan, and I, Cheryl McGinnis, the chair of our partnership, are presenting to you on the Clackamas Partnership that addresses OWEB's FIP priority to improve aquatic habitat for native fish species. It's detailed in our strategic plan called Restoration for Native Fish Recovery. Our focal species, as you see on the screen, include coho, fall and spring chinook, steelhead, anticipated reintroduction of chum salmon, bull trout that have been reintroduced in the upper Clackamas, and Pacific lamprey that are occurring in our watersheds. Core implementing partners include Clackamas Soil and Water Conservation District, Clackamas River Basin Council, us, Greater Oregon City Watershed Council, Johnson Creek Watershed Council, Metro, and North Clackamas Watersheds Council. Next slide, please. Over 12 organizations are included in our partnership. We include 3 tribal entities in our communications. The Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs was active when we were developing the partnership and has a restoration project proposed for future implementation. The Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde and Siletz have been included in our communications during formation and were invited to attend our meetings. And we were pleased to have the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde submit a statement about the benefits of our actions proposed for future benefit to Native people. Next slide, Andrew. Our geographic focus includes the Clackamas River and tributaries, a reach of the Willamette River below the Willamette Falls, and tributaries to the Willamette that include Abernathy, Johnson, and Kellogg Creeks. The Willamette tributaries, including the Clackamas, provide cold water input to the Willamette River and support upper Willamette River species that use refugia at the confluences. Pacific lamprey is noted to be found in abundance in these tributaries to the Willamette. Next, Jim, your role is with regional fish recovery efforts.
So next slide, please, Andrew. So the purpose of our partnership initiative is to support the goals found with some of the goals found within the Lower Columbia River Conservation and Recovery Plan. And the timing of this initiative really fits well with some of the timelines that are listed within the recovery plan. They actually ask a set of restoration goals be accomplished by 2025, which is also the same time frame that our FIP would conclude. And so then they would go and follow up with monitoring on those fish populations. But Our projects are selected to increase habitat complexity and access to off-channel habitat. That is a primary limiting factor for all Clackamas fish populations. Our projects also restore floodplains and wetlands while protecting and improving water quality. We do have in one tributary fish passage improvements that are included, which is in Johnson Creek. During our first year of the FIP, the first year we started the FIP, we did not implement any projects just due to the timing of grant release in the in-water work period. But we completed 2 online application cycles that concluded with the OWEB TRT reviews, project approvals, and grant agreements. We are conducting ongoing partnership coordination for restoration projects, stakeholder engagement projects, and monitoring and data gathering, primarily now via virtual meetings. An exception to that is our monitoring program, and we do adhere to social distancing and safety precautions. And pre-restoration activities were initiated in the early summer of 2020. And once we finalize our Biennium 2 work plan, we'll begin doing post-implementation monitoring on projects that occurred in 2020 and pre-implementation monitoring of projects that are going to go on in 2021. And we selected those projects to monitor through our technical advisory committee. Next slide, please. So this comes from the Lower Columbia River Conservation Recovery Plan. This was based upon a delisting scenario that we put in the plan that would help us potentially achieve a delisting process. And so you can see the amount of restoration that is needed. You can see what's been accomplished prior to the FIP. And so this just gives you a percentage of what was done towards those goals. And those are based upon our aquatic inventory habitat protocols that we commonly measure, that being large wood and side channels and riparian conditions and off-channel and wetland habitat increases. Okay, next slide. And Cheryl, you got this one.
Okay, in measuring the ecological progress, you'll see that the table on this slide is compared to the previous slides table to show what we're achieving in our 2019 through 21, the first biennium. With 1 in-water work period completed, we had actions from 4 implemented projects, creating outputs towards the delisting goals. So there are 2 rows related to the delisting goals. One is the total amount that would be achieved by all funded projects during Biennium 1. Second line shows what we actually completed during the in-water work period of 2020. We are on track with our other 5 first biennium funded projects to be completed in 2021-22, and pre-restoration monitoring activities were initiated in 2020. Next slide, Jim.
These ecological outputs for habitat restoration projects are designed to increase connectivity and the quality and quantity of stream, floodplain, and riparian habitats. The outcomes of our projects are expected to improve upon the freshwater life history requirements for viable and resilient populations of native fish species and other aquatic species, and reduce the magnitude of the limiting factors facing Clackamas fish populations. Ecological progress is assessed through monitoring outcomes of our restoration actions, which is reflected in the results chain. With ODFW and Johnson Creek Watershed Council leading monitoring activities, outcomes are measured from fish use and presence, along with monitoring macroinvertebrate presence to show responses to improvements in habitat complexity, maintaining and improving water temperature and water quality. Riparian improvement outcomes are measured as stems per acre with a target of 1,200. We would also like to include off-channel connectivity, and that would be dependent upon additional funding for monitoring in the future. Cheryl?
Next slide. Thank you. We are intentional in our actions to achieve significant ecological uplift, as you saw from previous slides. And likewise, we are intentional to be inclusive for all communities we serve. For those who benefit from natural resource restoration, we acknowledge that we have some improvements to be made. But our efforts at the present include reaching out to women-owned, minority-owned, and small local businesses for our consulting and contracting needs. We intentionally look to encourage the inclusion of people from diverse backgrounds to be among our volunteers and project partners. We look to improve in our endeavors for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And there was a comment about ways in which OWEB's priority and your strategic plan and all of us might be able to work together to improve our efforts. So as we learn about best methods for connecting or to communicate with groups, it would be helpful to share with all of us. Next slide, thanks.
So this initiative was approved for funding at a critical time to support increasing salmon production, rearing, and migration that's occurring in the Clackamas now. Improvements at PGE's facility have opened up some historical habitat to ESA listed species. In addition, they are on target to meet their 97% survival of juvenile fish through their hydropower facilities. Thank you for your support for the Aquatic Habitat Restoration Initiative that will provide habitat for these fish that are migrating from the upper basin for all life history cycles and hopefully increase the counts of wild genetic legacy salmon, steelhead, lamprey, and other resident species. The graph you see in front of us was developed in early November 10th. And so this is not complete counts for coho, but so the wild run of coho this year, as of November 10th, exceeded 7,800 fish. And this is only reflected about 2/3 of the spawning population because the other third occurs downstream of the North Fork Dam. So we're going to be well over 10,000 coho in the Clackamas Basin this year. The counts for wild Chinook, spring Chinook, are completed, and so that is an accurate depiction. All the spawning occurs upstream of North Fork Dam. And so this does mark our largest wild return of spring Chinook on the Clackamas since counts started beginning in 1950. So, the efforts that we're putting forward on the main stem Clackamas, we hope to improve upon their survival in the lower river. Next slide.
And Cheryl and Jim, you're at 3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
We have a few projects to share. Our in-stream restoration construction at Eagle Creek Confluence, Bonnie Lure State Recreation Area, was completed in August 2020, where over 300 logs were placed into the main stem and side channels. Project added over a half mile in side channels, 3,500 linear feet of in-stream complexity, and in the future there will be the addition of riparian restoration in this area. Next slide. That large wood placed is creating protected cover that juvenile salmon and steelhead rely on to complete their life cycle. This area borders the Dowdy fire, and unfortunately, the Dowdy fire occurred, but fortunately, the project remains intact. Next slide, and Jim.
Okay. So this is the Cazadero North project. This is on a tributary to the Clackamas on Metro property. And it was designed to restore in-stream riparian and upland habitats that were degraded due to past land uses and road building and hydrologic changes that have occurred in the watershed. They improved 600 linear feet of habitat and about 3 acres of riparian habitat. And then they also added these large wood structures, and cobble and boulders were also added. And additionally, a stormwater outfall was stabilized and debris removed from an abandoned mill site. Next slide. This is a project on Lower Johnson Creek. It is below the confluence of Crystal Springs Creek, which is a perennial spring-fed stream. They put wood in here along the stream. There's 25 pieces of wood went in here for about a half a mile of stretch. They were using those to slow velocities and provide complex habitat. We know the fish use this, adults use this during periods of extreme temperatures. When the Willamette in 2015, this was loaded with fish that were destined for upper Willamette and Clackamas locations. And so this was a good site to try to provide some refuge habitat when conditions get worse in the future. Next slide.
The Clackamas Partnership in Adaptive Management had learned a few things during this first biennium. We learned more about the process as we held our first round of applications early in fall of 2019. During that same time period, we were updating our partnership agreement based on our what we had established during the development phase. We included in this half of the first biennium 4 assessments and technical assistance grants that have identified future projects. And then as we track all of our projects, both at the proposal stage as well as throughout completion, we have a web-based spatial database referred to as Project Tracker developed by Sitka that's also used by the John Day. And so anytime any of us increase features for this database, we're able to share with the others throughout the users in California, Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. We are also adjusting our methods of doing business in compliance with the pandemic, as Dallas mentioned, and we may speak to that more later. Next slide. Thank you. We're open to any questions you may have.
All right, questions from the board. I'm just looking to see if there's any hands raised here. All right, we've got Mark, Brenda, and then Randy.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for the presentation. I have 2 questions. One is the land ownership that you're working in, percent private, city, county, state, those kind of things. So that's the first question. The second question is the Labor Day fires. Did that impact the watershed that you're working in? If it did, how did it impact and what you're doing about that? Thank you.
I'll approach the public-private landowner. And I don't have specifics on the percentage, but you're right. We work with both public and private landowners, both in remote areas of our geographic area, as well as in the urban areas closer to Willamette, the Willamette River. For the projects that were just completed, they include public and private landowners with landowner access agreements. For example, the Eagle Creek project. This next year, we're teed up to include projects at Milo McIver and that would be public on a private landowner grouping at Sebin Creek confluence with the Clackamas River, which includes 2 different HOAs, one with individuals that are of a lower economic basis, but have an HOA. On wildfires, the Riverside wildfire greatly impacted the upper basin of the Clackamas River, not so much our other geographic areas closer to the Willamette. And so we do have a project with U.S. Forest Service that was heavily impacted. That's in the Fish Creek subbasin of the Clackamas. We're anticipating that project will still be implemented, and we're recognizing the opportunity to use salvage logs for future restoration projects. There's still some lessons being learned about the impact of the fire on the Forest Service lands. They have a design team that's ready to further the Upper Clackamas habitat restoration project.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. So I've got Brenda, Randy, then Jamie.
Yeah, thank you. Great presentation. Thank you for that. I had a question about the riparian plantings, and sorry to get down into the weeds here a little bit, but if I heard correctly, you're planting 1,200 stems per acre, which seems quite high to me, and I'm just wondering if that's correct, why so many stems per acre? And then also I was wondering if the survival and growth of the plantings is part of your monitoring program.
Yes. Yes. So for the 1,200 stems per acre, that includes trees and shrubs, so that we have an overstory and an understory. It was a target percentage per acre that we established with our Shade Our Streams program. And that is in part recognizing the potential grouse and mortality rate that can occur. It would be 1 tree per 7 shrubs to have diversity along the stream banks and provide habitat to wildlife as well as future fish.
Thanks. Is that growth and survival being, is that a part of your monitoring program to see how well these plantings are doing?
Yes, for each project, we'll target that 1,200 stem per acre. You're right, Brenda.
Okay, so you are going back afterwards and remeasuring periodically.
It's part of the monitoring.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Brenda. So Randy.
Cheryl and Jim, I've been excited to hear your report, and I can remember distinctly, I believe it was at Bandon, but it was someplace on the coast when your project went under the wire to be included in Cohort 2. And it's the first, in my tenure on the board, it's the first project that has reached into the metropolitan area of Portland. I'm a public at large member from Portland. I'd be interested to know what additional, if any, side channel projects you have as my question. And I have a comment in that you have such good news to report. I'd love to see a op-ed in the Oregonian, if anybody still reads the Oregonian, about the project. And if you could find somebody that had the qualifications to do that, I would be thrilled. Anyway, that's all I have.
Thank you, Randy.
Great. Thanks, Randy. Jamie.
Wait, I just didn't get my answer as to how many side channels
I just
you
paused
have in the future, if any.
Thank you. I just paused in case Jim wanted to make a comment. We do.
Yes, we got what, 4 planned or 5 planned for next year.
Terrific.
And then of course we have another 4 planned for in the next biennium work plan. And then we have several kind of placeholders for another 4 to 6 on biennium 3. We have many irons in the fire for looking at additional funding to try to even expand upon that. So that is the main focus of what we're trying to accomplish with this FIP. And then also, in addition to that, there's a staff person on the Clackamas Basin Watershed Council that's very intimately involved with writing articles for the Oregonian. Maybe he can be prompted into doing something along that line.
That'd be cool.
Thank you, Randy.
Thank you, guys. Jamie.
Yeah, Jamie McLeod-Skinner, public member at large. Thank you for your presentation. Great work, great presentation. Really appreciate that. The success of OWEB's work is obviously based on the work our partners do, but it's also it's protecting our habitat and restoring our habitat through building up our relationships in the community. And so that's why I've been really focused on that. And I really appreciate your comments and your focus on the DEI work you're doing, diversity, equity, and inclusion work. I messaging the value of that work, to Randy's point, is really important. So appreciate your comments on that. But I like to, you welcomed growing and learning and expand learning, which I really appreciate. But do you have anything you can share with us in terms of your lessons learned? The exciting thing about your work in the metro area is that we have expanded opportunities for expanded partnerships, and that's really exciting. But do you have advice for us, especially our DEI committee, on lessons learned? So not just the successes, but some of the challenges that we can be thinking through, and other advice for us as we try to expand our partnerships.
Thank you, Jamie. Yes, we are fortunate to have interest from Metro Regional Government, who does have a very strong focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Individually, our partners are working on conversations within our boards. For example, Johnson Creek Watershed Council has had a strategy and a strategic plan priority for DEI. CRBC initiated activities to participate in workshops at the beginning of the year. They got canceled because of COVID. And then we were able to find some virtual meetings for us to attend. Our staff has identified some programmatic opportunities to help move forward. We're hopeful that we learn that they are impactful. Our board, Clackamas River Basin Council, also received a facilitated discussion, and we hope to move forward. So for our needs, reaching out and identifying the best ways that resonate with individuals. For any of us, regardless of where, how, and what we're marketing, it's not about what we do, it's about what the individuals, the communities want from us, and ways in which it resonates with them, how they want to be addressed. So I'm anticipating that we will identify aha moments that we don't know now, but that we can all share with one another when we figure these things out. We have involved Job Corps students in our volunteer activities. So that's one area that is good to see active participation.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jamie. Debbie.
Thanks, Cheryl and Jim. So I'm Debbie Holland for the Forest Service.
Congratulations on your job.
Oh, thanks. So I don't want to rain on the parade, but I just want to put a little bit of encouragement to really connect closely with the Clackamas Ranger District and make sure that any planning for that Fish Creek part of the project is well coordinated. The Forest Service, as I'm sure you know, is trying to like navigate the whole post-fire situation and contemplating what our options are and where our programs of work need to be around priorities, and being able to access that area safely may be a problem for a while, right? So with the number of hazard trees along the highway system and the road system, even with what ODOT is doing to open 224, which is great, but there still is likely going to be areas of the forest that may not be accessible. So I know you're already connected with them, and so but just kind of managing expectations about how quickly we're going to be able to recover and get back into some of the fire areas that I think normally if that was just that fire, that wouldn't be a problem, but because of the scope of the fires, we're just really having to think through our priorities across Oregon and how we can use the resources we have. So just really encourage that coordination, which I'm 100% confident you're already doing.
Thank you, Debbie. Yes, there's a parallel partnership, a collaborative forest stewardship collaborative, the Clackamas Stewardship Partnership. And the projection for that road system opening up to that location is late spring at this point. Yeah. Thank you for your encouragement.
Yeah, that might be an optimistic projection. That's all I'm suggesting.
Yeah.
Yes, we have the ability to flex, and we have been in discussions with both the biologist and the supervisor there, and we have the ability to move that down the road if we need to. We still want to complete it, but we realize that there's a lot going on in this area, and we're certainly flexible.
Thanks, and thanks for all you're doing up there.
Thanks, Debbie. Do we have any other questions or comments? Liza Jane.
I have a random question. Good morning, and thank you for your presentation and your hard work. For some reason, I'm wondering about beavers. Do you have beavers in these areas?
Yes. They provide their own beneficial habitat.
Right.
Along Highway 224 at the Richardson confluence, it's now a Metro property where they improve natural habitats, restore to natural systems. There are a system of beaver dams along that area. And then some of our other project holdings where we helped landowners with their riparian habitats. We've seen beaver in the lower main stem of the river, as well as the upper Clackamas above Estacada and the first of the dams.
Nice. I wonder how they'll do with your 1,200 stems per.
There are those palatable species and less palatable, so it takes a mix.
Oh, there you go. Good. Thank you.
Thanks, Liza Jane. Just to follow up, I know beavers seem to be winning in 2020. I just want to throw that out there. No, I actually have one more comment before we move along in the agenda. Cheryl, I wanted to thank you and Jim also for your presentation. And I want to echo the conversation that Jamie had with regards to DEI, specifically when we start talking about lessons learned and what we can take back from the projects on the ground. And you also mentioned two amazing tribal partners with Warm Springs and Grand Ronde and how they've encouraged to be a part of this process. So as we're having these conversations in the DEI committee are really about how effective are we, not just as a board, but as a funding agency, and how are our grantors doing in terms of meeting some of these requirements as well. It's really good to hear these things. And so I just wanted to say thank you for bringing those into your presentation today.
One last final moment on that. As you're contemplating, not necessarily lessons learned, but some thoughts along this, and you probably already realize that, is that the tribal organizations are asked by a lot of groups, whether they're FIP or other outside groups, for assistance, letters of support along those lines. And a lesson learned is that, with our partnership so far, is that their staff is limited. They have turnover, and so they have limited ability to plan and produce projects. We have a project plan with the Confederate Tribes of the Warm Springs, but they did have a staff turnover. And so the process of having enough staff to meet all their demands is kind of a limiting factor with their abilities, at least so we noted so far with our project.
Thanks, Jim. All right, Eric or Andrew, anything else to follow up on?
Not for me. Thanks, Jason.
Yep, me neither. Thanks, Jason.
Okay, great. Thank you, Cheryl and Jim. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so why don't we go ahead and move into another quick, so we got 15-minute break here. And so we'll be back here at 5 after 10. Eric and Andrew, will that work for our presenters?
I think I'm checking with Andrew and Eric. I think you guys had planned on one more before the next break.
Yeah, I think we did plan on one more before the break, and then we'll have the final two after the break.
Perfect.
Yeah, so the break, yeah, I think the next break is set to be at, well, yeah, after the next one.
Okay, perfect. That sounds good. All right, then back to Eric and Andrew.
Okay, thanks, Jason. And thanks again, Cheryl and Jim. Great to hear from you. The next partnership that we'll hear from is the John Day Basin Partnership, and that is Kristen Walls and Ian Tatum. So Kristen and Ian, go ahead and turn on your video and take yourselves off mute. I will pop the presentation up onto the screen. And just as a reminder, I'll give you a warning at 3 minutes and let me know when you'd like to advance slides. So Kristen and Ian, take it away.
Okay. Hello, my name is Kristen Walls. I'm the John Day Basin Partnership Coordinator. I'll be co-presenting today with Ian Tatum, ODF&W Fish Research for the John Day Basin. On behalf of the John Day Basin Partnership, I would like to thank the OWEB board and staff for their continued support and partnership as we work towards our shared goal of healthy and resilient native habitats in the John Day Basin. Our partnership is wrapping up its first biennium of the John Day Basin Native Fish Habitat Initiative. This initiative aligns with OWEB's FIP priority, aquatic habitat for native fish species. Next slide, please. The John Day Basin Partnership currently includes 30 partners doing great work across the basin. Although every partner is instrumental to the strength and function of our partnership, this FIP initiative is being implemented by these core implementing partners. These partners represent on-the-ground implementers, land managers, and funding organizations. They are made up of federal and state agencies, tribes, conservation groups, soil and water conservation districts, and watershed councils. In addition to the core implementing partners listed here, other partners, such as the John Day Basin Conservation Corps and Sustainable Northwest, have provided implementation and technical support for this first biennium. Next slide, please. The partnership's initiative geography includes 3 priority focus areas within the John Day Basin: the Butte 30-mile subwatershed in the lower John Day, the Headwaters North Fork John Day, and the Upper Middle Fork John Day. These initiative watersheds represent high priority recovery areas with partnership coordination, as well as implementation and monitoring capacity to measurably improve aquatic habitat for ESA listed mid-Columbia summer steelhead, ESA listed bull trout, and culturally significant Chinook salmon and Pacific lamprey. Next slide, please. The table in front of you represents the partnership's first biennium aggregate implementation metrics, also referred to as implementation outputs. In a few minutes, Ian is going to dig a little deeper into our long-term ecological progress monitoring. In this first biennium, the John Day Basin has allocated its full OWEB biennial award to a total of 31 projects. Through aquatic habitat restoration projects, partners are working to improve 35 miles of in-stream habitat and protect 1,030 acres of floodplain habitat. Planning and technical assistance projects were funded in preparation for project implementation in future biennia. Monitoring projects across the basin will begin to fill in crucial data gaps for temperature, flow, and fish distribution. The partnership's capacity building project allows partners to stay engaged in working groups and committees. It also funds the partnership's GIS and facilitation services, as well as our project tracking platform. Next slide, please.
The Vinegar to Vincent project is located near the headwaters of the Middle Fork John Day. This property is owned and managed by the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs. Prior land management activities and the installation of railroad grade have resulted in a straightened and incised channel with limited floodplain interaction. Coupled with a degraded riparian corridor, water temperatures have significantly increased throughout the basin, verging on the upper thermal tolerances of salmonids. This project will improve in-stream condition for all native aquatic species by addressing these legacy effects through channel construction and the addition of aquatic and floodplain habitat complexity, an extensive revegetation effort, and the removal of the historic railroad grade. In this photo, you can see the project area prior to implementation. Vinegar Creek is coming in from the left. The Middle Fork is mostly over-widened and straightened and is confined by the county road on the left and the railroad grade on the right. The Middle Fork spur of the Sumter Railroad was constructed around 1917 along much of the upper Middle Fork of the John Day. When the railroad was installed, the river was rerouted, straightened, and armored. On the other side of the grade, you can see limited growth on crop plantings that were installed in 2007. This is most likely due to a lack of floodplain connection and an absence of browse protection. These combination of habitat limiting factors have resulted in rising water temperatures and a lack of habitat complexity to support native salmonids. Next slide, please. Despite wildfires, COVID-19, and administrative closures, the tribes, in partnership with Bonneville Power Administration and the Bureau of Reclamation, successfully implemented phase 1 of this project this fall. The second phase will extend through 2021, and the final phase will take place in 2022. The entire project will improve habitat in-stream complexity on 1.13 linear stream miles and protect a total of 103 acres of floodplain habitat. This image was taken this fall after the first phase of the project. This view clearly shows the railroad grade confining the main channel in the Middle Fork, and you can see those crop plantings more clearly in this photo. 1 mile of this historic grade will be removed, allowing the river to laterally migrate. The main over-widened and incised channel will be abandoned, and historic channel scars will be reactivated to restore sinuosity and allow floodplain connection. Large wood structures, pools, and riffles will be installed to improve rearing and spawning habitat for juvenile and adult salmonids, as well as floodplain structures designed to spread out flow and divert across the floodplain. Next slide, please. The John Day Basin Partnership's UAV Implementation and Effectiveness Monitoring Program builds off of work that was funded by DEQ in 2018 and 2019. This funding was used to, 1, develop a vegetation monitoring protocol using UAVs, and 2, it provided funding to partners to obtain training, certification, and to purchase drone equipment. The partnership's monitoring group created an integrated tiered approach by identifying a suite of monitoring techniques specifically fit to the results chain model. In addition to the habitat and fish distribution surveys that Ian is going to touch on in a moment, the partnership is using UAVs to rapidly collect data to determine baseline condition and post-implementation effectiveness for all FIP projects. These two images are different ways of looking at the Vincent to Vinegar site. The thermal imagery on the left displays the river in blue and the county road in red. Blue indicates cooler temperatures and red signifies warmer temps. You can see cooler temperatures in the network of side channels on the floodplain. You can also see that the river has limited interaction with them. Using this technology to monitor pre and post implementation will not only allow us to classify vegetation, but we will also be able to track changes in floodplain connection. The digital surface model on the right shows channel scars in the historic railroad grade. Similar to LiDAR, this imagery can assist in project development and design to identify disconnected side channels and sources of cool water. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Ian. You can go to the next slide.
Thanks, Kristen. For the record, I'm Ian Tatum with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I'm going to build on what Kristen just talked about and provide hopefully some very brief snippets from effectiveness monitoring for 2 different projects. First, we're going to dive into the Vinegar to Vincent project, which Kristen just described. And then secondly, we're going to move downstream a little bit into 30 Mile Creek in the lower main stem of the John Day. So jumping into Vinegar to Vincent, on the slide you see here, the middle fork is flowing from the right of your screen to the left. And as Kristen said, the limiting factor for salmonid production in this portion of the middle fork John Day is really water temperature, pretty plain and simple. And to emphasize the point, the number of Chinook smolts produced from the middle fork each year is better related to the annual variation in temperature and flow than it is to adult spawner abundance. So one facet of our monitoring here is to identify when juvenile steelhead and Chinook use the restoration and control reaches of the middle fork. And in this figure on your screen here, the pink shaded stream sections are reaches of the middle fork and tributaries that we either walked or floated a mobile passive integrated transponder antenna across, and the circles represent detections of individual fish. Our pre-project monitoring has identified that many juveniles migrate out of the Vinegar to Vincent reach and into cooler tributaries during the early summer period. We've also found that the density of juvenile salmonids in this Vinegar to Vincent reach declines substantially in the fall, suggesting that the lack of habitat complexity in this reach, which Kristen really showed with those pictures, that lack of habitat complexity creates limited winter concealment habitat, which is really necessary for juvenile salmonids when they shift to nocturnal behavior in the fall and winter. Our continued monitoring of movement patterns, among other metrics, will both evaluate and inform the ongoing habitat projects in the Middle Fork and elsewhere. For example, we might hypothesize a response by juvenile salmonids following this Vinegar to Vincent project as a decrease in the home range of individual fish. That is, we would hypothesize that improved habitat conditions in this reach would reduce the necessity and frequency of fish migrating out of this reach prior to smoltification, and that change should be reflected in the juvenile movement patterns we see with this mobile tracking. Next slide, please. So shifting downstream to 30 Mile Creek here. 30 Mile is a lower elevation, much more arid stream system, which primarily supports steelhead. We're monitoring mainly the portion of the creek shown in the aerial photo at the bottom. The creek here is running from your right to your left again. And the right side of the photo is approximately where Highway 19 crosses 30 Mile Creek between Condon and Fossil. The creek flows down into the lower main stem of the John Day River, which is the black line on the very left of that aerial photo. This section of 30 Mile Creek has 3 perennial reaches, which are noted by the blue shaded lines there. And then it also has 2 ephemeral reaches, which are noted by those black dash sections. These ephemeral reaches typically lose their surface flow around June each year, give or take the seasonal conditions, and then regain surface flow late in the fall or early in the winter. Steelhead, both the adults and juveniles, can move throughout the creek during the springtime when the entire creek is wetted, but the juveniles are restricted to those perennial reaches during summer. So again, summer is really the key time period which limits the ultimate smolt production out of 30 Mile Creek. So the most basic but really important level of our monitoring here is tracking the spatial extent of perennial flow in 30 Mile Creek. We're also doing monitoring of riparian vegetation, channel morphology, fish abundance, fish growth, and fish survival. But those are all really subsequent steps in our monitoring chain after this first key component is monitored. So this figure compares base flow wetted extent between 2015, and that's the top line on your screen here, and 2020, which is the bottom stream line, which were both abnormally low precipitation years. Our monitoring thus far indicates the wetted extent of 30 Mile Creek has expanded slightly downstream near Snipshin Canyon, which is those 2 dashed vertical lines towards the right-hand side of the stream network. And that's created a gain of about 500 meters of wetted surface extent at summer base flow. Next slide, please. Okay, so why do we care about a few hundred meters of wetted surface expansion, or the corollary, a few hundred meters of habitat complexity work, such as beaver dam analogs or other complexity treatments? And we're going to zoom in a little bit to the mouth reach of 30 Mile Creek here, which is noted in that kind of mustard colored star on the bottom left.
And Ian, real quickly, you're at your 3-minute mark, just so you know.
Copy that, thank you. This provides a good example of the potential productivity of this area and really demonstrates, I think, why a few hundred meters matters here. This reach has consistently had perennial flow and has a really well-established riparian canopy and complex stream morphology, although it's not really depicted very well by that picture that it shows there. And it's got a really good structure throughout that mouth reach, which is a perennial section. So during 2020, as part of an ongoing OWEB monitoring project, we used both a weir and active removal to reduce the density of smallmouth bass that seasonally immigrate into this reach of 30 Mile Creek. And then in October of 2020, we estimated that about 5,000 juvenile steelhead were present in this 1.2 kilometer reach, with about 3.5 times higher density of juvenile steelhead upstream of that bass exclusion weir than downstream. And so for comparison, we've estimated that in some years, fewer than 10,000 juvenile steelhead emigrate from the entire upper North Fork John Day, that is all areas of the North Fork upstream of Desolation Creek, which includes the entire North Fork John Day wilderness area and several large tributaries up there. So this really demonstrates the potential that can be expressed throughout these reaches of the Butte 30 Mile focus area, given restoration and potentially bass removal or exclusion, and shows how important these streams are to the regional steelhead production as a whole, and really how much we can gain at restoration that encompasses a few hundred meters or a kilometer at a time. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Kristen and go to the next slide, please.
Thank you, Ian. Kristen Walls for the record. I'm going to run through this slide really quick. I just wanted to highlight some of the things that we were seeing sort of behind the scenes with the partnership. So guided by our strategic action plan and the partnership's prioritization framework, core implementing partners are increasingly engaging in more efficient resource sharing, strategic project planning and implementation, and stronger collaborations among implementers. I'd be happy to answer more questions about this during our Q&A. In this first biennium, we have had a change in leadership as 2 steering committee members have stepped down. And as stated here, their positions were quickly filled with eager, engaged, and capable partners. Additionally, 2 organizations formally joined the partnership, bringing the number of total partners up to 30. The partnership's adaptive management efforts on the project scale. Currently, efforts are being made to conduct post-implementation monitoring for projects that were implemented in 2020 and baseline data for future projects. The partnership will use this data along with progress monitoring framework, the results chain model, and other professional knowledge to adaptively manage projects. One example of how monitoring data has informed project management decisions occurred in the early stages of project development for the Vinegar to Vincent project. Initially, in-water work was planned for 2021, but based on monitoring forecasts of critically low adult Chinook abundance in 2021, the project team made the decision to delay in-water work until 2022. This level of collaboration and information sharing between implementing partners is crucial as we work to further understand the relationship between restoration strategies and long-term ecological results. That is all that I have for you today. Thank you again for your time, and let's open it up for questions.
Great. Well, thank you, Kristen and Ian. So do we have any questions from the board?
And while questions are coming up, if I may, Jason, just want to note briefly that for any board members that were at the October 2019 board meeting in Condon, our site tour that day was to the mouth of the 30 Mile Creek. So you all might remember an adventurous drive in, but it was great. We met with Ian and Kristen and other partners down there. So we've actually been to that location.
Great, thanks, Andrew. And I remember the size of some of those juvenile steelhead that we got a chance to see too. Just amazing. So I have Tony and then Jamie.
All right, thanks. Thanks to Tony Sully for the record. Kristen, thank you, and Ian for the presentation. Very well done. Can you elaborate just a little bit more on your core versus non-core partners? You have a very large partnership group, and you've mentioned a couple of times core and non-core. So can you just talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, yep. So the entire John Day Basin is very large. It encompasses 8,100 square miles. And so we have many different partners working in many different geographies within the basin. These core implementing partners represent the partners who are actually implementing the on-the-ground work through the FIP. And so some partners that may not have been mentioned would be partners whose operating area does not potentially fall within those FIP geographies. As I mentioned, our partnership really relies on the strength of all of the partners. And so it's hard to identify, who's our core partners. But these, I had to draw the line somewhere, and these are the ones who are, receiving funds, who are helping to plan these projects in these 3 specific geographies, and who are doing the on-the-ground work, whether it be restoration, monitoring, stakeholder engagement. They're the ones who are formally helping us move this initiative forward.
Just as a follow-up, so your non-core folks are there and you're trying to help bring them along, but they're not actively engaged in receiving funds and doing on-the-ground restoration. Is that correct?
Some of those partners may be receiving capacity funds, as I said, to participate in partnership meetings and subcommittee meetings. And there are partners who may not be doing actual work in those priority geographies who do help with some project planning, or we're sharing lessons learned, we're coordinating on adaptive management efforts. And so, yeah, it's difficult because every partner is important. There are so many. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Tony. Jamie.
Well, thanks for all your great work. And I remember that was a really fun site visit, so really enjoyed that. And 30 partners is a really great number. So wanted to ask a question about that. And so 2 things, one on the partnership and one on your insights on how we can perhaps better message the value of this work to the surrounding communities and to the state at large. So it ties into Randy's question from the last presentation. But to this first point of expanding partnerships, and I appreciate you, your response to Tony's question. I guess, so this is a lesson learned, and do you have advice for us as a board is really just it, but especially around folks who are struggling to engage more. So the last presentation, they talked about there's sometimes staff turnover or limited resources. You'd mentioned your distinction between folks who receive resources and don't. Is there a gap right now in the ability for OWEB to engage more partners in this issue of not having some resources to share with partners? Do you have any observations on that? And then again, also that messaging piece of how we might more effectively message our work.
Yeah, I think I do want to expand on maybe one of the points that I made with Tony is that, and I don't want to confuse sort of our resource allocation. All partners are able to, receive funding to help to attend full partnership meetings, to engage in these full partnership activities, to help with the development of our strategic action plan, which is larger than these 3 FIP geographies. And so there is a push to, all partners are engaged in that part of the process. And then we do, if there are project categories or projects that come up, that we can spread those resources to partners who may not be working in those FIP geographies, we do that. For example, the South Fork John Day Watershed Council, they handle our capacity building grant. and they are they do not operate within one of the FIP geographies. But this was a way that we were able to keep. They work in a very high priority watershed. They're doing a lot of great work. The work that they do there is, is helping recovery efforts in the rest of the basin. And so we want to be able to support that organization as well. And so that organization takes care of that project type. And so, hopefully being able to capture some of those administrative funds, or, get a piece of the pie, so to say. So that's how we're doing that, or one way that we're doing that. And again, we do, when we have these full partnership meetings, it isn't just these core implementing partners who are attending, it's the full partnership. And so it's partners working outside of those 3 FIP geographies. And the FIP is really just a part of our larger partnership.
Thank you. And I appreciate the challenge of limited resources. And there's tremendous confidence in the work you're doing, and really appreciate all the work. It's trying to get a sense of, are there things that we could still be learning more from? Do you have any thoughts on the outreach piece? Now can communicate some of this work to a diverse community?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. And I would welcome any suggestions for that too. I mean, we live in an area without a lot of media, and so we do what we can to communicate with our stakeholders through our local media, our local papers, social media. I don't know if I have any specific suggestions for the board on how to tell our story or to tell the partnership stories. One of the tools that we're using, you heard, similar to the Clackamas partnership, is we're using that project tracking platform. And I think that's a really great way to get our message out to a diverse target audience. You can really dig in and see projects on the project scale, but it's also this sort of broader stroke initiative scale metrics and outputs, as well as, we try to build in sort of a stakeholder engagement piece into that. So that's our interface with the public as well. And using that one place to do all of that I think has been really helpful for us.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jamie. Molly.
Thank you. This is Molly for the record. And I just kind of wanted to follow up on Jamie's comments a little bit. All of the FIPs so far have been fantastic, and it's wonderful to hear the progress that is being made. With regards to the last one, though, 30 stakeholders is a big group to wrangle and to communicate with. And it's always challenging, actually, to communicate in rural communities. So I was kind of curious if you are doing a stakeholder communication plan and evaluating that in any way in order to try to identify those platforms or methods or approaches that do get your message out, that are the most effective in those communities, because I think that would be something that's useful for the other FIPs to know, as well as other projects when you're working in those kind of bigger spaces.
Yeah. Yep, and we do have, through the FIP, we have two stakeholder engagement projects. One is a general John Day Basin Partnership outreach campaign that includes sort of, our website, social media, newsletters. Another piece of that is we were trying to figure out how we were going to be able to engage private landowners in the partnership. They're always invited to partnership meetings. However, we don't get a lot of buy-in from landowners to sit through these 4 to 5 hour long meetings. So we've tried to, we're setting up these landowner focused events where we have sent out these mailers to ask landowners, where do you live and what are you interested in learning about? And so we'll take those surveys. We'll put together sort of a landowner resource or a landowner assistance event where we will, hopefully provide some value to the landowner's operation, provide them with a meal, have a space where people can talk about things that they might be doing on their private lands that might benefit another private landowner. We have not been able to do those in-person events due to COVID-19. However, we're just really taking this time to get that behind the scenes stuff done, get those, our outreach packets out, these materials that include the surveys and assistance pamphlets, and taking the time to, follow up with landowners and if they have had an idea about a resource topic they'd like to hear about, following up with them and making sure that we try to connect them with that resource. It is difficult, because we have so many stakeholders and living in a rural area, we are trying to identify all the different ways that through social media that we can, target funders, target private landowners, target partners, and how we can integrate all of those approaches. It's a lot.
It is a lot, and I applaud all those efforts. I'd be curious to hear in the future at the next update how just the communication plan worked. Some of those using social media and apps and all that kind of stuff is a wonderful tool to try to broadcast out. But it has its challenges in rural communities and with different age groups because not everybody's on those platforms. So it is an ongoing challenge, not just your own. So anything that you learn, I think, would be interesting to share out.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thanks, Molly. Randy.
Randy Labby, member at large. Thank you very much, Kristen. My question may be directed to Ian. I was intrigued by the use of a weir there at Rock Creek, and I wondered if that strategy is being utilized in other juvenile holding areas, habitat, and or spawning tributaries. How long are those weirs, or how long is that weir in place? And my other question was, how far up do the bass go? Do they go up all the way into the middle fork, or are they mostly in the lower main stem?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Randy. For the record, Ian Tatum. That weir is installed in early May, and then we take it out in the summertime. And to my knowledge, it's the only one that's in use right now to exclude bass specifically. So the bass are, living year round in the main stem of the John Day, and then they seasonally immigrate into 30 Mile Creek and other tributaries somewhere between April and May. And they appear to be going in and spawning, but they're also feeding on steelhead fry in there at the same time. And then they seem to emigrate back out in the summer, typically. In terms of the spatial distribution of bass, they're really widely distributed now. They are in the Middle Fork, they are in the North Fork, and they're basically over, the distributions of salmonids and bass are starting to kind of, squeeze together like this. And in some places they're overlapping. In areas where there's a longitudinal gradient in temperature, there's some sorting or segregation, so to speak, of salmonids being higher up in the cooler water and bass being lower down. But in these unique niche type habitats like 30 Mile, where you have pretty cool water coming into a warm main stem, there's a lot of crossover and overlap there because the bass are exploring up into those areas that are really productive for steelhead as well.
Yeah, thanks. I guess with global warming, you're going to have to devise a lot of strategies like this in the future.
There's certainly a potential for bass to expand, but yeah, global, we have to think about the trade-off between global warming versus local cooling. And there's a lot of opportunities here as well, because looking at the pictures Kristen showed, there's a lot of opportunities for local cooling on the Middle Fork, through vegetation and channel narrowing and surface water, groundwater interactions that's not, there at the moment. So yeah, our challenge is to maximize those things to offset, any changes in global temperature rises that come down the line.
Thanks.
Other questions for Kristen or Ian? Liza Jane.
Thank you, Jason. Thanks for your presentation. And it was a great trip out there to see that little puddle with fish in it. It was really inspiring. Um, just following up on Jamie and Molly's questions and having, I live in Wallowa County in a rural community, private landowner that's done restoration projects. And we've done a lot of tours, opened our doors for kids and groups. And I found over the years that kind of, although it's challenging now, it's still outdoors. But that kind of interaction with the landowner on a project like we had with you is really valuable. And it's an opportunity to reach all kinds of folks that may not be agency or have any idea. And we've come from, questions in the community about why would you ever do this for fish? And I can't believe the government's doing that to you. I'm so sorry. And we can spend time with those folks and then they leave saying, oh my gosh, how do I do that? Or, just kids that are able to see what can happen. So those kind of tours, food is great. Kristen, I appreciate that. I think that helps. But the whole barrage of materials and things to read and surveys to fill out and all that is just really difficult when you're working on the land. So so that's something I've learned. We've experienced that it's had a good effect and impact, and it's fun. So I'd share that with you.
Yeah. Thank you. Kristen Walls for the record. Those are great suggestions. And I did not mention, we do, as part of our stakeholder engagement campaign, we do have restoration site visits planned for FIP and non-FIP geographies. And so we were able to implement 2 of those events this last year in the fall. And we didn't have great turnout. And I think that was probably because of, our current situation, but I definitely agree. It was great to get out there. It was great to connect some of that language with what's happening on the ground. We did have landowners attend who followed up with us and said, hey, that was really cool, the work that you were doing. Is there potential for that on my property? And so another piece of that stakeholder engagement campaign is that we will be, collecting that information and connecting them with, because we are such a large partnership and there's so many partners doing so many different things, being able to have one person say, okay, you're interested in this work and here's your property, here's who you should talk to, and making that one-on-one connection has been important. And so I do appreciate that. And we are looking forward to more outdoor restoration site visits where we really get to connect those strategies with what's actually being implemented.
Okay, any last questions? All right, thank you, Kristen and Ian. Appreciate the presentation. So now we will go to our break. We're back on track again. And so we'll take a 15-minute break. Let's get back here at, let's give it to 10:45, and then we'll get started on our final presentations for this agenda item. All right, we'll just give it another minute or two as people filter in.
Hi, Jason.
Hello. How are you doing?
Good. Good.
I saw you pop in a little early there, Terry.
Yeah, I just wanted to be sure that the light wasn't streaming in, cutting me in half. I'm going to go grab a little more water.
All right, well, Eric, Andrew, we'll go ahead and get started again.
Great, thanks, Jason. Welcome back, everybody. The next partnership that we'll hear from is the Rogue Forest partners, and we have Terry Fairbanks and Marco Bay joining us for the discussion. So I see your video is already on. Feel free to go ahead and unmute yourselves. I will pop the presentation up on the screen. And as a reminder, I'll touch base at 3 minutes and let me know when you'd like to advance slides. And all yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, OWEB board. I just want to thank you so much for this opportunity to meet with you. We really do see you as a partner in our efforts down here. And I think you represent some of the best organizations in Oregon and some of the way that you approach these kind of projects. My name is Terry Fairbanks, and I am the Executive Director of Southern Oregon Forest Restoration Collaborative. My background is a forester for 30 years, worked for both BLM and the Forest Service as a silviculturist. And with me is Marco Bay, Executive Director of Lomocotsi Restoration Project. And we'll be teaming on and off on these slides as we go through these. So just right up front, I want to let you know that we were the Rogue Forest Restoration Partnership, and now we are the Rogue Forest Partners. We'll be telling you a little bit about our progression as a partnership as we go through this. Next slide, Marco.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the Director of OWEB, Maida, to see you, and the staff team of OWEB. Thank you for your partnership and support of this dry forest restoration initiative. So the slide in front of us here, we have 4 non-government organizations that are part of the partnership. That includes the Southern Oregon Forest Restoration Collaborative, Lomocotsi Restoration Project that I serve as Executive Director on, and the Nature Conservancy and the Klamath Bird Observatory. Additionally, the U.S. Forest Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Bureau of Land Management as our federal partners, and the Natural Resource Conservation Service as well. And Oregon State University, OSU Extension, and the Oregon Department of Forestry. Additional partners engaged and meaningfully engaged are our tribal partners from the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde and Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians and the Tolawa Dene Nation based in Smith River, California, but having ancestral ties to parts of the Rogue Basin, serving on our interdisciplinary team, our IRT team. And then we have the Illinois Valley Fuels Resource Operations Group. They're a collaborative out of the Illinois Valley, and the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the Applegate Partnership, Watershed Council, and then Sustainable Northwest out of Portland. So these other partners have been engaged through the process and becoming more active in our work as we expand our partnership capacity. So the core partners are what you see with the logos, but there's additional partners engaged. And the Klamath-Siskiyou Wildland Center. Next slide, please. Terry, you're up.
So the purpose of the initiative is to improve landscape resilience by increasing the proportion of open canopy and dry type forest with more large fire tolerant trees in natural spatial patterns. This forest down here has always been a mosaic of forests. I've been always excited as a silviculturist to work here because they really need silviculture work. It's not you put it aside and kind of let it grow. It's we're a replacement for natural disturbance to some extent, some of our work. So other purpose of the initiative is to reduce the wildfire risk to dry top forest, also northern spotted owl habitat, and to protect local communities through ecological thinning and use of controlled burning. We're looking to improve the community support for forest restoration and the reintroduction of beneficial fire, kind of changing the relationship that our communities have with fire, because it is a frequent visitor here. We also are looking on a larger scale, given our strategic action plan with the Rogue Basin strategy that stretches for the whole 4 million acres of the Rogue Basin, is to increase that pace and scale consistent with our strategy. And we have a couple of local documents that have incorporated our strategy into their plans. And one is the Jackson-Josephine fire plan. And then the Medford Water District recently incorporated a lot of our strategic action plan goals and objectives into their plans. So we're really glad to do that. And then last but not least, to improve the socioeconomic conditions and workforce capacity in Southwest Oregon. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we go. Marco, next slide.
Next slide, please. Yeah, so picking up on what Terry was mentioning about increasing the pace and scale, this map shows the green is the current OWEB FIP investment. And the idea behind this was to seed these projects to then build additional connectivity in other restoration projects. And we're starting to do that. And I'll share a little bit later about the Collaborative Landscape Forest Restoration Program in partnership with the Forest Service that we were successfully selected for an award. But looking at those 6 project areas, the largest emphasis is the Upper Applegate Watershed and the Applegate Watershed Restoration Project. Then we have a project out in Williams, focused on private and BLM land. So this is an all lands effort. And then a project in the Illinois Valley, the Briggs Valley, which has a Shan Apple project that we'll be implementing. And then the Stella project near Prospect, and different projects scattered around the basin. But looking at the Ashland Forest All Lands Restoration Initiative, we're in Biennium 3 right now. That's another investment from OWEB and FIP, really successful project that we've treated 12,500 acres. And now we've are building upon that with the West Bear All Lands Restoration Project through a recent submission to the Natural Resource Conservation Service, RCPP. And that will be an all lands effort as well. There's some investment from FEMA. So already the FIP initiative is starting to attract additional interest in meeting that objective. Next slide.
Okay, so I'm going to list 3 outputs and outcomes that are important, but I would like you to know that we have over 20 different metrics that we are measuring out there. So not only are we applying the forest treatments to protect forest habitat, you can go ahead and click that and the rest of the chart will come up. Thank you. The objectives are protecting complex habitat, restoring open habitat, protecting legacy trees with ecological thinning, and prescribed fire. And so not only are we measuring the acres that we've protected and treated, but we also are measuring songbird composition and abundance. And once these projects are implemented, the status of the legacy trees. And so right now we have a base of 868 acres scheduled in 3 projects for this biennium, and they will begin implementation before the end of 2021. And they're in various levels of preparation. You can go ahead to the next slide. So the second outcome is density reduction, and dealing with the proportion of fire-resistant trees are increased and wildfire risk is reduced. So this one is more about the composition of the forest and reducing the predicted proportion of high severity wildfire, and again, getting used to that fires are going to happen, but are they manageable? Are they staying on the ground? So our restoration part of that is making sure when fire comes that it does stay close to the ground, and that it does some of the work that it's supposed to do, as opposed to really catastrophically affecting some of the habitat. So that metric, acres with reduced density, increased proportion of fire-resistant trees, and then doing some fire modeling, showing the reduced fire hazard. And where these treatments are occurring are in units where there is a high density. And we'll have some pictures to show you coming up, abundant legacy trees and oaks and high fuel levels. Okay, next slide. And the last outcome, just general big outcome, are the social conditions. And we have quite a few measurements under this, but the one that I'd like to highlight for you here is engaging the private landowners as citizens through our marketing, our engagement, and through demonstrations out in the field. And one of the tools we're using right now to gauge support is rogue basin polling results. And those have been sort of surprising in some ways, to show the amount of support and concern about forest health and forest conditions. So what we're realizing, as opposed to putting a lot of energy in trying to convince people to support these projects, is how do we catalyze some of that concern and that support? That's my last slide on that. And Marco, you're up.
And so highlighting one of the projects, the Applegate Watershed Project, just recently in November, the record of decision, finding of no significant impacts, was signed by the Forest Service. We're looking at 18,000 acres that are in need of treatment. These are very dense forest stand conditions, a lot of infill, and we'll talk about that on the next couple slides. But these are marginal stands that are difficult to pay their way out of the woods to accomplish the restoration. So OWEB's investment and additional support from the Forest Service is helping us roll out a deficit, we would call a deficit timber sale, if we were going to look at it in the conventional forestry terminology. But the goal of the restoration will be legacy tree thinning. So thinning around large old trees, the architecture of the forest that we want to retain, those diversity of trees like sugar pine and ponderosa pine. There will be some commercial byproduct value, the byproducts of restoration. It's not the driver. And then those additional products will fund additional restoration not represented in this 3,700 acres. So 1,500 of those acres are ecological forestry commercial acres, and the additional acres are surface and ladder fuel treatments. So we'll be doing fuels maintenance, plantation of non-commercial thinning in even age plantations, and utilizing prescribed fire, and also benefiting pollinator habitat. And there's some riparian restoration benefit to these terrestrial treatments as well. Additionally, the Collaborative Forest Landscape Restoration Project will treat 145,000 acres. And that selected proposal will roll out in 2022, hopefully. And we're looking at close to $38 million over the course of 10 years, with a lot of the emphasis being focused on the Applegate and across the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest. So the OWEB FIP did help to increase that pace and scale and leverage that. Additionally, there's a Joint Chiefs proposal that the Forest Service is going to pursue, anchoring all on this OWEB investment. Next slide, please. So mentioning the current stand conditions, you can see densification, infill. You can see those two trees that are dead, a lot of mortality, stress-related mortality due to the density. And then on the right slide, the large sugar pine and legacy trees we want to protect by thinning the smaller diameter trees, some of them commercial, to enhance that. So in Biennium 1 treatments, we're looking at 433 acres, but that's interesting across the 6 years. You know, there's going to be different stages of operations. Things are going to carry over, but really exciting that we're going to increase these acres by the retained receipts of the byproduct generated. So just to give you an example, in the Applegate project, around 3 million board feet is anticipated to be generated, and those dollars will then get reinvested back into an additional 3,000 acres of work, not represented in this slideshow or in the proposal. So that's what we had strategized to do with the OWEB investment and the leverage funding. Next slide.
And Marco, you're at your 3-minute mark.
Okay. Let's roll it out, Terry. We're lagging.
We're going to have to. We did. So Williams Watershed, this is another project, and what's interesting about this one is the cooperation between the different agencies and with the private landowners. And I'm not going to try and interpret the map because I want to keep moving here, but all the work was done by working together and making sure that we're treating adjacent so that we have an effect in terms of protecting Williams. Next slide.
Could you just click, please, Andrew? Yeah, so this just builds upon what Terry had mentioned. We have 7 landowners engaged. It borders BLM. We have a stewardship agreement with the BLM through Lomakatsi. We have projects that are going to go on the ground this winter, and strong landowner engagement. And I know OWEB's made significant investment on the aquatic side into the Williams watershed. So the terrestrial upland work is going to be very complementary to that investment. A lot of excitement in the community. Prescriptions being developed right now. Crews will be implementing this in 2021. Next slide.
I think that's yours, Marco.
We could just skip this one. It's kind of repeating some of the stuff we'd mentioned. Go for it, Terry.
Oh my God. So good. I could go quickly through this. Just know that we're very involved in our monitoring effort, and the technical review team has become part of our implementation review team. Thank you for helping us to put that together, and that we see this as a cycle of planning going through the different areas here between planning and implementation, monitoring, feedback. Next slide.
So addressing diversity, equity, and inclusion, we formed the DEI committee within the Rogue Forest Partners. The chair of that committee is our Tribal Partnerships Director, Belinda Brown. Through some of Lomakatsi's work, we have the Promotora program. So engaging the forest workers that will do the work, ensuring health and safety is front and center. All things get layered in this initiative that weren't mentioned in the original proposal to OWEB. Meyer Memorial Trust has some co-investment in this, Weyerhaeuser Foundation. So we're working to engage the tribes of the region through the Intertribal Ecosystem Restoration Partnership. There's a map of the Tlawa Dene Nation there. Although they're not based in Oregon, they're serving on our implementation review team. Tribal businesses are being incubated to do this work through Department of Labor funding, also not represented in the original OWEB proposal. So things are building and codifying around this effort of DEI. We have a DEI committee and some strong participation from the federal agencies in this work. Next, please. And then the equitable jobs piece, this will create a lot of jobs in technical forestry. There's a gentleman on the top there, Tulio Rourke from the Yurok tribe, who's SOU graduate who came into our ranks. We have technical crews on the ground collecting data, and there'll also be labor crews, timber operators, a lot of folks employed, trying to pay good living jobs, health benefits, 401k, raising the bar for forest workers, which often you don't see. Next. And this is one of the workforces that's done a lot of the work on AFAR. I know the board has met some of these crew members in the past on tours. These crews are burning today on AFAR, and we're gonna replicate this model. 73% of Lomakatsi's organization are Latinx and tribal. We really emphasize that in our executive leadership, in our labor crews, in our technical staff. And the partnership is very supportive of these efforts as we increase that restoration work. Next. Terry?
Yes, so part of our first biennium effort was creating a communication plan, and we've really invested in outreach and engagement, and learned a whole lot of new things like what is content development, and a whole lot of other figuring out who our different audiences are. And I won't go into that, but we feel like we've really been successful. The thing about our area is we are an implementation. We are a lot of groups who've done a lot of implementation. We know how to get things done, and we've been doing it for 15, 20 years. What OWEB has allowed us to do is invest in this capacity to support these projects and link them all together. We're investing right now in working with Southern Oregon University in our GIS base, our engagement, our website here, our monitoring platform, and our teams. We're putting them together for the long term. Next slide, please. And our outreach and engagement has been as good as it can be given in the time of COVID. Right now we're out capturing photos and putting them onto maps and making them, giving links so that our teams can get out and look at these sites. And we're hoping to do a presentation in February to a more general public. And I think that's it.
Next slide. Yep. And just to end here, you know, we did have the devastating Almeda fire this year, the Slater fire. We know the whole state of Oregon experienced a lot of high intensity fire, a lot of loss. So this work is really important as we restore dry forest. We're also protecting communities, and we're building that long-term place-based model to care for these landscapes. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Terry and Marco. Always enjoy these presentations, especially this one, which is a unique fit for us. And there's been a lot of conversations as we talk about wildfire, so I'm sure there'll be some discussion come up here in just a few minutes. So I have Mark and then Brenda.
Okay, thank you. So Marco and Terry, very, very impressed. But I do have a question regarding, I think it's really cool. You changed it from initiative to partners. And that says a lot about how you want to be perceived as it's a partnership. And that leads me to my question. So I think I recall you saying that there was about 18,000 acres of BLM and Forest Service lands that were involved in this effort here that you're going to be working on. So there are places around the state. Oh, and by the way, I'm Mark Labhart. I'm on the ODF&W Commission representative. So that's my bent here. So there are places around the state where partnerships and collaboratives are very successful. And there are other places around the state where collaboratives and partnerships, when particularly on federal lands, they try to do some innovative work that you're doing and immediately face roadblocks with lawsuits and appeals and those kind of things. So what have you done, or what are you doing to build those partners and relationships so that you're able to do all of this really great work? What lessons can others around the state learn from your work that allows this collaborative partner to do the really good work without facing the people who say, well, nope, we're stopping all of this. We don't want to see any trees cut. So thoughts on that, Terry or Marco?
Marco.
Yeah, so I could start off, Terry, and I know you have a lot of experience in the discipline of collaboration. I think a big part of the success is engaging the community and stakeholders and partners early on in the development of project plans, of the NEPA process. Not, the Forest Service has really changed the way they've done business, and I know we have Deb here who can speak to that, but a lot of front-loading engagement, participation with partners in the community, and that's what happened on the Upper Applegate Watershed Project. even though it might be a 2 to sometimes 5-year process, that front-loaded investment is really worth it, because it gives partners the opportunity to develop a project that's going to be in that, what we call the radical middle of having industry at the table, supporting an opportunity, and then having environmental organizations at the table also influencing how that NEPA gets developed and those treatments get done. So one thing in our landscape that's a little different is we are on the timber side a little more marginal. So it's not timber grown country like, say, Siusla is. So there's a real emphasis on ecological forestry and restorative work. And through years of education and engagement with partners, I think there's been some meeting in the middle that even the environmental community knows we have to do some active management. So that's been some of our success. And then actually putting projects on the ground and engaging the community through the process. So after a decision signed with the Forest Service, there's still that implementation collaboration that we do. And that's what the Rogue Forest Partners are really good at. That's what Ashland Forest Resiliency was great at. And the Southern Oregon Forest Restoration Collaborative that Terry is executive director of. So I think that's some lawsuit prevention and meeting in the middle and developing good whole ecological projects that are supported by most constituents. Anything more on that, Terry?
I think you said everything I was going to say, except to say that we're not immune from folks that can stop projects, but everything that Marco said is part of the recipe. I'll just add one small thing, and that is starting small and finding those few areas where you do have agreement. For example, some groups in our area do care about protecting communities, and they might just start with defensible space might be the only thing that they're interested in. Well, we're finding some agreement on egress and ingress, on treating alongside roads, main roads, as a safety factor. So it sounds small, but we're reaching out of that area and finding places where we do agree. And what Marco said about starting early and being involved early is really the key to success. And ranger districts and forests that do that are successful. I've just seen it over my whole career. If they'll reach out and talk to folks and find that middle ground, they're successful.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Mark. So then I have Brenda, Gary, Randy, and Bruce.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. This is Brenda McComb for the record. This is great. Thank you for this presentation. Looks like you're doing some really excellent work in a part of the state that does have some significant fire issues. My question, though, is whenever we manage forests, there are some species that are winners from that management and some species that are losers from that management. And I'm wondering how you're approaching your management to ensure that that the restoration activities that might be adversely affecting species is taking those species into account.
That's a great question. Marco, you mind if I start off?
Please do.
Losers and winners. The first thing that came to mind when you said that was climate change. I think it's having a bigger effect on choosing the winners and losers right now. And the one example I'll give is oak habitat. Yes, it's in peril from fire and lack of repeated low intensity burning. But on the other hand, with increasing temperatures, what we're seeing right down here at low elevation is the Doug fir is a loser. And then if you look at the long-term effect, the losers were before people even knew that, or people now don't realize, you can't miss something you didn't know was there, I guess is how I like to put it. The ponderosa that was harvested early on in the valley, the sugar pine that's been devastated by white pine blister rust, the Port Orford cedar that's winking out in the Williams area. And so those are some losers that were brought about by our management or failure to manage. And the Doug fir is increasing because of our lack of investment. So the thing that I've really enjoyed about working with Lomacotsi is the kind of crews that they have, and when they lay things out and when they write prescriptions, they're really sensitive to those minor species and protecting those habitats. And then we also have some good adaptive management that tells us, for example, let's just talk about songbirds. If you don't provide it for some types of birds that use chaparral habitat, if you don't leave big enough patches, those birds won't be there. So it's a combination of things, and I'm not sure if I'm entirely getting your question answered. Marco, you want to say some things?
Yeah, the only, that's great, Terry. There's the, the qualitative and the quantitative as we enter into these forests that have been, fire suppressed for 100 to 150 years. We're really inheriting a landscape condition we've never seen before. And what comes to my mind is that term risk spreading. So the types of treatments that we're implementing are variable density thinning treatments. We've kind of refined it over the years with some great work from Dr. Jerry Franklin and Dr. Norm Johnson around individuals, clumps, and openings. A variable density thinning it spreads that risk around because we are adapting and we're leaving a variety of densities. We're starting out with the large trees and we're trying to release those trees and care for those trees, but also leaving some dense habitats as well, and doing that on the landscape with the art part of the restoration, using the best science, and then actually reading the ground by being on the ground. So we're trying to spread that risk around to reduce those impacts and benefit those species that we're losing it really fast. The large trees are going away due to stress-related mortality. So that mindset of spreading the risk around as we learn by doing and using the best science and the art.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's great. I'm really happy to hear that you're using variable density management as a way to move forward. I guess the only thing I would offer is that you might think about patch sizes and variability in patch sizes as you implement those treatments to ensure that you're capturing as much habitat for as many species as possible. But that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very good. That's good.
Thanks, Brenda. So Gary.
Gary Marsh for the record. Hi, Terry and Marco.
Hi.
Thank you for being here. And Terry, I just want to comment on what you said about reaching out and finding the finding the small little things that you have in common and that you can break into a better trust relationship with these different community components around. So I think that's where it all starts. But what my question, I guess, is really about, you folks down there have been, I mean, you're remarkable. You've had a lot of work in your forests, but you've had a lot of fire, wild, uncontrolled summer season fires, and thinking about the this from a kind of a holistic perspective, are you seeing a biological difference in those hot season fires and other types of thinning and controlling late season or off-season fires, if you will, and the effects of all of the other species? I think you addressed this somewhat in Brenda's question there, but has there been any work done on the differences in outcome between what you might say a natural fire and thinning through controlled burns?
You want to go, Terry?
I'll just mention real quickly that one of our partners, BLM, is actually capturing the data on where fire is entering treatments. And in just outside of Williams, we have an example where a fire entered a treatment and dropped to the ground, and they were able to stop it. So that's, I think, part of the answer. Marco, your crews and your implementers have a lot of
Yeah, excuse me. I'm walking around my spot here. I'm having some internet issues, so I'm trying to keep my laptop very steady as I continue this presentation with you all. Well, I think what we have seen, Terry, is some good effects of the thinning treatments that have happened on previous projects where fire has come through, and we've seen moderate to lower intensity results. But these are kind of anomaly events, like we saw with the Almeida fire, even though that's a different condition right through the riparian corridor, and parts of the Slater fire that burned really hot across the landscape, and the open chain fire that actually some of our crews were on. But we are seeing some of the benefits of those treatments that have occurred, and then even some good work getting done just by fire in its own right, making it across the landscape during different conditions. So I don't know if that answers the exact question, but I think our investment has showed that restorative work has saved some of these large trees that we care about and protected water quality, and had an effect from the treatments implemented.
And I'll just add one more thing, that fire season is longer. And so we're seeing some places burn up that we did not want to see burn. We haven't done any treatments, but there are still other places where we get an inversion and we're getting some really good treatments from the fires. So I just feel like sometimes that we're in a race to get enough treated to keep enough of everything around, so that as the climate changes, it's going to do the work that it's going to do. And we can either kind of adapt to it and help it along, or we can kind of suffer the consequences.
Great. Okay, so I've got Randy, Bruce, and then Jamie, and we are getting close to time. So I just want to let everybody know that as we're finalizing comments. Randy.
Thanks, Jason. Randy Labby for the record, public at large. It's good to see you, Terry and Marco. In the Ashland forest restoration, I would say it had one of the more sophisticated organization and management of partners that is in the OWEB realm. I wondered if there, on the margin, have been any changes in how you managed your partners and organized yourself from the Ashland to the rogue forest. And number two, I recall you had a number of issues in the Ashland project with controlled burning, and I wondered as you get farther out, like up in the Applegate and beyond, whether that becomes a bigger component of your work than it did in Ashland.
Well, I could start on that, Terry. The expression of the rogue forest restoration initiative through OWEB's current investment, it really is the building of the Ashland Forest Resiliency, which was originally a 7,600 acre NEPA decision. And then we expanded that to a 58,000 acre all lands initiative with investment from NRCS and OWEB and additional partners, private dollars as well. We tried to scale that up with our partnership with the Forest Service. And what we learned from Ashland is, it's kind of an anomaly of a project because of its municipal watershed. It's close tie to the community. We knew through that work, expanding the engagement of state agencies, and this fits into the shared stewardship work of the Forest Service, more meaningful engagement of Oregon Department of Forestry, and a strong tribal engagement piece, and the advantages of those resources in that capacity. That's some of the lessons learned taken over to the current RFRI project. But really what we've done is just increase the acres and increase seeding that across the landscape, and also building the capacity of the workforce and the forestry contractors, the timber operators. We can have these great projects, lots of acres to treat, but how are we going to get the work done? So there's been a lot of investment in that as well, and conversations around that. So for the the fire side of it, there still is that challenge. We're actually burning today a couple hundred acres as part of with OWEB funds, as part of just a hand pile controlled burn. The underburning piece is the challenge, and we're limited on days. And I know that's a programmatic and a policy issue that folks and elected officials are working on. But I think with the Applegate, we may have more burn opportunity days because of the rural location. But we're still faced with a lot of those challenges of getting good fire back on the ground. A lot of the needle hasn't totally moved on that, although there's been some momentum. Terry, do you have anything I'm missing there?
No, that it's an imperative though to get the fire back onto the ground and be able to do underburning, because that's going to be the most efficient way to handle the huge fuels issues that we have. So we'll keep working at it, but it's complicated. These are steep areas and it's high biomass. It's an odd combination of a very difficult landscape.
Thanks.
Okay, so Bruce and Jamie, and we'll try to keep those comments limited as we are short on time. So Bruce.
Thank you, Terry and Marco. Terry, you mentioned that several times talking about climate, and I truly appreciated it. Specifically talking about climate determining winners and losers. OWEB is looking at climate, how we can effectively use a climate lens in evaluating projects. And I would just ask you to start thinking about how you might be able to contribute some input to us on how OWEB could use climate in our decision making. And the second one's just kind of an aside. Is there any commercial or recreational mushroom foraging going on any of these properties? And if so, are those people being talked to?
Marco?
I think the only spot would be in the Illinois Valley with Matsutakis, but I'm not really tuned in, Terry, to the Shan Apple project. But other than that, there's not a lot of commercial mushroom harvest in the Applegate occurring that I'm aware of.
Yeah,
so we haven't engaged, but that would be a good suggestion, Bruce. Thank you for that. And I know we've done that in the past in the town of Crescent, in south of Bend, through the Northwest Forest Workers Center, engaging the mushroom picking community and having their input on projects because of its influence on that special forest product resource.
It's one of those DEI potentials that I think can easily be missed.
No, that's a great suggestion.
And I'll just say, climate smart principles. Thank you for your thoughts on that. And I'm glad to hear OWEB's going to be looking through that lens, but climate smart adaptation is the phrase I would use.
Great, thanks, Bruce. And Jamie.
Yeah, just like my colleagues, thanks so much for your incredible work. And you mentioned that, building partnerships is more art than science. Thanks for your thoughts on that. If you've got something written down, if you could please share that with us, because that's what we're doing. And then just, you mentioned something that I haven't heard yet in a lot of these presentations, which I really appreciate it. And you're really raising the bar and investing in those doing the work and making this work truly sustainable. So just wanted to say a special thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's important.
Great. Thank you. And once again, thank you, Terry and Marco, for your presentation. Very well done. Appreciate the feedback. All right, Andrew.
Great, thanks everyone. So the next partnership that we'll hear from, and this is the final partnership in our series today, is the Warner Basin FIP. And so we have Brandy, Justin, and Troy joining us. So you all go ahead and turn on your video and unmute, and I will put your presentation up on the screen. And again, we'll give you a a 3-minute warning. Let me know when I should advance slides. Thanks.
Okay. Well, hello. I'm Brandy Nider. I'm with the Lake County Watershed Council, and I'm joined by Justin Farrell with the SWCD and Troy Brandt with the River Design Group. And our partnership is the Warner Basin Aquatic Habitat Partnership. We're here in Lake County, high desert, South Central Oregon. Our initiative name is the Warner Basin Fish Passage and Habitat Improvement. And the FIP priority for this is the aquatic habitat for native fishes. Core partners within our partnership, we have those logos there right in front of you, kind of explain some of the roles within the partnership. Implementing partners would be the Watershed Council, SWCD, and River Design Group, where I would say our technical assistance and also funding partners would be with the ODFW, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Bureau of Land Management, and my apologies, the U.S. U.S. Forest Service, their logo is not there. They are also a core partner. As far as when we think of the other roles of the partners, I would say, we have a lot of biologists that are with the ODFW, Fish and Wildlife, BLM, Forest Service. And so as biologists, they are our go-to for their expertise, mainly with native fish in the area of the Warner Basin. But also, it seems like each organization has their niche. And so whether it's cultural resource assistant, it's monitoring or fish salvage, it seems as a partnership as a whole, everyone has that role that they play, and I think it makes it work real well. Other partners I have listed here, private landowners who are also part of the Adel Water Improvement District, which are the irrigators that we work with, are other partners, but also not listed here as funding partners. We have been working with Desert Fish Habitat Partnership, Western Native Trout Initiative, and Open Rivers Legacy. And with that said, I'm going to pass it over to Justin, and you can change slides.
So the purpose of our initiative is the ultimate delisting or potential delisting of the Warner sucker within the Warner Basin. We work in a very unique closed system basin. And so when we're addressing our Warner sucker work, we are working with the entire population of the Warner sucker within their historic habitat. I think we feel that's a very unique opportunity to address a whole species within the capacity of this FIP. We also are looking at water efficiency while we're doing these diversions. NRCS is a partner in a roundabout way working on water efficiency improvements off of the actual streams themselves. So once we've been able to address passage and screening with the diversion, NRCS has been working with the same landowners to improve their efficiency systems on their meadows. With that, we can go to the next slide. And Troy Brandt.
Thanks, Justin. So as Justin mentioned, we have a high level of endemism within the system, but we've also had these irrigation networks that have been in place pretty much since the late 1870s. And each of these diversions has been critical for maintaining water delivery for agricultural systems within the Warner Basin. One critical component to our FIP is measuring ecological progress within our projects. And at this point in time, we're primarily focused on fish passage at these diversions, and we have 10 diversions that we're working on. 3 projects have been completed on 20 Mile Creek and Deep Creek, and those preceded the Warner Basin FIP. We also had 2 other projects completed on Honey Creek, which also preceded the FIP. But the FIP is really focused at this point on fish passage on Deep Creek and monitoring that fish passage. So ODF&W biologists are completing monitoring for passage at these structures.
And really the goal of the monitoring at this point in time is to, one, confirm project performance, and that would be evaluated by actually having Warner sucker and Warner red band trout pass these structures, which have been impassable for the better part of 100 years. And then secondly, using that monitoring information to help improve the design of future structures that we're building for Warner sucker and red band passage. ODF&W has really spearheaded this effort, and they followed, similar to what Ian talked about in the John Day, using pit tag technology. ODF&W biologists go sample fish, they place pit tags in these fish, the fish are released below or downstream of these structures. Antenna arrays are set up downstream, within, and upstream of the structures. And then in these highly dynamic systems in Eastern Oregon, Central Oregon, fish passage and migration, or fish passage for spawning migration, occurs in the spring when there's water. And so the fish, these structures are monitored in the spring. ODF&W, as I said, sets up these antenna arrays, and we look for passage detections. And so some of the information that's important is, one, are we passing fish? Two, what size fish are passing? We're trying to provide access to both juvenile and adult fish, trying to restore passage and access throughout the whole basin. And then three, is there a timing? So we have a fairly large window when we expect that Warner sucker could pass these structures. And on the tail end of that, into June, is also when stream flow starts to decrease. And so that's when we start to see more conflict with water use and the need to divert from these streams. Just to get in our COVID impact, I think like a lot of other folks have noted, ODF&W had planned to monitor fish passage at the Deep Creek Town Diversion site, which we completed in 2019. Due to the travel restrictions earlier this year, they were unable to monitor passage at that structure. Fortunately, they were able to complete a sampling effort between the town diversion, which, as I said, was completed in 2019, and the starve-out diversion, which we'll be wrapping up here shortly this year. In that population, it was a new population that had not been sampled before. They estimated about 2,400 Warner suckers, and this amounts to about 20% of the overall population of Warner suckers within the basin. ODF&W is also planning to monitor in 2021 the town diversion, the starve-out diversion, which we'll talk about here shortly, and the relic diversion, as well as some projects over on Honey Creek, which is the northernmost of the three tributaries that we're working on. Next slide, please. So the two projects we're going to talk about today are located on Deep Creek. The little map in the upper right corner there is a map of the southern portion of the Warner Basin. 20 Mile Creek comes in from the south, actually begins in California and flows into Oregon. Deep Creek flows from the west to the east into the Warner Basin. As I mentioned, on 20 Mile Creek, we've already addressed two fish passage barriers, which were in part OWEB funded, but preceded the OWEB FIP. Deep Creek, there are 6 barriers that we're currently working on. As I mentioned, town diversion built in 2019. Starve-out diversion here we're currently working on, and relic diversion just downstream will be wrapping up as well by the end of the year. So Deep Creek historically emerged from the Deep Creek Canyon and filtered out into this broad network of wetlands at the south end of the Warner Valley. This is a paleo lake that was formed 10,000 plus years ago, when we had the string of lakes within the basin that were much larger than they are currently. The Deep Creek Channel was excavated between the 1920s and the 1930s as a way to improve agricultural efficiency within the system. And the photo on the left here, this is an air photo looking downstream. We have 2 channels at this location with a structural weir on each. The east channel was the constructed channel. The west channel, we believe, eroded during the 1964 flood, which, like in many other areas of the west, was a fairly significant event in the Warner Basin. There are 2 irrigation ditches that are these weirs deliver water to, including the starve-out ditch, which is located on the right side of the photo, and the reclamation ditch, with just a little portion of it is located on the left side of the photo. The two photos at the bottom of the slide show the weirs. These were fish passage barriers due to the vertical height of the structures. The vertical heights range from about 3 to 5 feet and were impassable for Warner sucker and we believe for red band trout as well. Next slide, please. So we began working on these projects in 2017. We went through numerous iterations with the private landowners and water users who depend on these diversions, as well as the members of the Aquatic Habitat Partnership. We started off in 2017 with about 5 different alternatives that included what we call here like a nature light channel, as well as technical fishways, which would be like a concrete fish ladder. And as we looked at some of the constraints in the system and some of the management goals that the water users and private landowners had, we narrowed down to a preferred alternative that included 2 roughened channels, 1 on each of these weirs. Based on the water user request, we also incorporated 2 sediment management strategies. One is a concrete sluiceway, which we'll see in a minute here, as well as a cleanout ramp that would allow equipment to get down to the diversion intake and just be a little bit less invasive than how they've removed sediment from the forebay of the diversion in the past. On the right side of the slide, these are just some typical cross sections. Essentially with the roughened channel, or sometimes they're referred to as a rock ramp, we have a vertical drop over a weir, and to provide fish passage over that weir, we essentially build the stream channel up to that elevation so that there is an opportunity to fish to move up and over the weir, and while still maintaining the water delivery system that the weir does provide. Design on this was completed in 2019. We went through permitting, bid and contractor selection earlier this year, and we're just wrapping up construction now. Next slide, please.
And Troy, you're just about at the 3-minute mark. You're about 3.5 minutes.
Thanks. These are some photos of the project as it was being constructed. The large photo in the upper left is a view to the south. We see the west channel kind of in the middle of the slide. The east channel is in the kind of the your left of the slide. You can see the concrete sluiceway. The upper right photo again is looking upstream on the west channel with the roughened channel in place. The mid photo there is of the concrete sluiceway as the east channel construction is being completed. We worked with local contractors from both Lakeview and the town of Adel, and these projects tend to be fairly expensive for the cost of procuring, delivering, and placing the rock. We also worked with some local folks from the LDS Church in Lakeview and Klamath Falls. They came out and helped us with, I'm not sure how many we cut, but we cut a lot of willow cuttings, and they also helped place those cuttings in the project for some of the re-veg goals that we have for these projects. And then working not only with the general contractor, but with some subcontractors on the delivery, placement, and modification of the concrete sluiceway to meet some of the irrigation improvement goals. Next slide, please. So project number 2, we're just moving up the canyon a little ways, actually out of the valley and into the canyon. So the air photo on the upper right actually shows the distribution of the 6 diversions in relation to the town of Adel. So again, all 6 of these are on Deep Creek. We have, starting from the upper left, O'Keefe, Middle, and Taylor diversions are in the canyon, referred to as the Deep Creek Canyon diversions. The town diversion right at Adel, we completed in 2019 and will again monitor this year. And then we have the Starve Out and Relic diversions, which construction on those diversions is currently wrapping up and should be done by the end of December. The Deep Creek Canyon diversions, the 3 photos on the left include from top to bottom, O'Keefe, Middle, and Taylor. And these diversions or their predecessors have been in place since at least the 1890s. We have a ground photo from, I think it was 1901, showing all 3 of these diversions from one perspective. It was pretty amazing. And so each of these diversions has been a barrier. As you can see, the vertical drop over these structures is fairly sizable, about 6 feet for both the O'Keefe and the Middle diversion. And then the Taylor diversion at the bottom is about a 3 to 4 foot drop. So we've taken a little bit different approach with each of these 3 diversions. For the O'Keefe diversion, we're planning to install a technical fishway, be a vertical slot fishway that would provide passage upstream of this weir. The Middle diversion, will be a diversion removal. So we will be removing the concrete that's within the channel and consolidating those water rights with the O'Keefe diversion to be more efficient on being able to get rid of one of the diversions and a fish passage barrier. And then the Taylor diversion at the bottom of the slide will also be removed, and the water rights associated with that diversion will be met with a surface water pump station. The lower right photo just shows this is the end of the canyon, the Deep Creek Canyon, and as Deep Creek begins to emerge out onto the broader valley. And this is the location of the Taylor diversion, and the view of the pasture in the middle of the photo there is the pasture that's irrigated from the Taylor diversion. Next slide, please. Just a couple of examples of our design concepts for these projects. The left side is the vertical slot fishway that's scheduled for the O'Keefe diversion. This would be a fairly low profile technical fishway that would provide passage beyond the O'Keefe weir. And the lower right image is just an example of a turnout for delivering water from the O'Keefe Canal. Because we'll be consolidating water rights, we'll need to deliver water back to the middle diversion canal. And this is just one of the examples of a diversion structure to do that. Next slide, please. And I will hand the presentation back to Brandy and Justin.
Okay, I know we don't have a whole lot of time left, and we're not going to go through this entire table right now, but kind of just focusing on that second column on restoration and some of the challenges, lessons learned, and adaptations that we have experienced with the FIP so far, is that meeting fish passage and water use needs in a dynamic system with variable flows. That's a threefold challenge right there. We're working for that ecological need of addressing native fish in this area, but also a big piece of that is that, the ranchers that depend on the water. If there was an unlimited amount of water, I think this would be a little bit easier to address, but that dynamic system in the closed basin, South Central, high desert Oregon, we experienced that feast or famine flows where we have that flooding in the spring, and then we have that trickle in the fall. And so all that encompassed together is, like I said, a threefold challenge. And I would say, lessons learned, the way that we're addressing those challenges, it says here, explore project alternatives with stakeholders. I would feel that the conversation is constant with all stakeholders, from your fisheries biologists to your farmers and ranchers that are involved with this. And I feel like the partnership keeps those conversations, either they're group conversations and individual conversations, is keeping those going, but also taking all that everybody has for their input and their feedback, and then being able to digest it and move forward in order to hopefully meet the needs on all sides. And then adaptations, one of the things I think we have discovered is, we've met with the big groups, and we've met with individual meetings with landowners, and that adaptation and doing both has been beneficial overall. It feels like the group piece, you're putting a lot of information out, and then you're asking them to think about it, where a lot of decisions are actually made with those individual landowner meetings in more of those smaller settings. And I don't know how much time we have. We can continue to talk about adaptive management, or we can go to the next slide. And I want to say, kind of leaving it off before we go to questions, one of the things that I could say that I look at when I look at this OWEB FIP overall project is the ability to leverage funding. We work in other projects that are not FIP associated, but I want to say it's kind of like the analogy of building a snowball. The FIP is the foundation, the work that's been done out here, the strategic action plan, the puzzle pieces or the foundations there. And so when you're looking for leveraging funds. You're looking for partners to, invest into this bigger picture. That snowball is your foundation, but then you start rolling it, and it seems that the stickiness factor's there. So rather than chasing after, leverage dollars, those leverage dollars are coming your direction, I guess you would say, which is a huge benefit, especially when, I guess, in my role and trying to look at the budget and what we're wanting to do, but also making sure that we're meeting match and we can do it all. Anything on your end, Justin, that you want to add?
Nope, I'm good.
All right. So I would say with that, we're ready for questions.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Brandy. And we're right up against our time for lunch break, but since we went over a little bit on the last presentation, if the board is okay, we can dip in maybe 5 minutes into our lunch break for a couple of questions. Any questions? Big.
Thanks, Jason. Sorry, I had to push all these buttons to get myself back on the screen. I guess I thank you to all three of you for that presentation, which was, as these presentations have all been, just terrific. I'm wondering, if, in your case, these all involved work with water users, irrigators, and excuse me, is that kind of going forward? Is that your expectation that the nature of your projects are likely to be work with people who are using water, where you have fish habitat and passage issues?
Yeah, overall, I mean, I would say, the Warner Basin in itself, when you look at that area, it's an agriculture driven enterprise. That's their livelihood out there. And so these creeks that feed into that basin all have water rights associated that go to these farmers and ranches. And these diversions are there because that's been in place for 100 years. And so really that's the case, is we are working with the irrigation district in order to get this fish passage. I mean, it definitely is a major play in it and able to, I guess, reach our goals.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, I should have identified myself. I'm Meg Reeves, and I'm the Water Resources Commission rep on OWEB. So I'm curious about the interface, which seems like it's providing benefits to the water users as well. So it's a good situation. Well, thank you. Thank you for that.
Meg, this is Troy Brandt. Just to add to what Brandy said, one thing that's maybe a little bit more unique about the Warner Basin compared to some other more developed basins is that the water use infrastructure is at the lower end of the basin. So you have these tributaries that drain to the lakes. The agricultural land is primarily in the lower gradient benches or the valley bottom of the pluvial lakes. Once you get up off the valley bottom, the habitat is actually in really good shape. And so what we're trying to do is provide that connectivity through that sort of lower to intermediate portion of the basin to get fish connected between the lakes, where you can get highly fecund, large Warner suckers, and connect them with the tributary systems, because it's just this dynamic system where we're trying to have that redundancy. So if we do get a wildfire in the headwaters, we have fish in the lake. The lakes sometimes go dry, so we need to have those tributary populations to repopulate the lakes as well. So it's really trying to link that whole system up and restore that connectivity.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't see any other hands up. So I just want to say thank you to Brandy and Justin and Troy. Great presentation, as all of our presentations have been. And so we're going to go ahead and break for lunch then. And we'll be back here at 12:20 to move into agenda item N, which is the funding from NRCS and Farm Bill programs.
Right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jason.
Hello, how you doing, Courtney?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Great presentations this morning.
They were awesome. Yeah. It was
Always,
really fun to hear all the great work.
yes, always love to see those FIP presentations. Well, any of our project partners, it's always great to see what's going on the ground.
Jason, you guys are doing a great job of keeping the trains running on time.
Oh, thanks, Randy. It's all because the staff support behind the scenes prompted me when I'm off. So
I know.
It was well done. Nice work, everybody.
No. I don't know if anybody noticed, but my window cleaners showed up in the middle of it. They were getting free advertising. So if you'd like, I can provide some referrals.
I like Bruce's suggestion. I think a big fish on the back wall would be great.
It's a little big. It's just kind of dead in here, isn't it? I really need to do something to brighten it up.
You need some kid artwork on that wall.
Right. Well, Liza Jane, I'll turn it over to you to kick things off when we get a few more people on.
Okie doke. Give a couple more minutes. Had my bowl of beans, doctored a heifer, I'm ready to go.
All in a 20-minute lunch break. It's
Yes, sir.
Life of a rancher right there. Love it.
Wow.
Okay, let's get started. Can we get started? I want to. We're at agenda item N, which is regarding receiving funding from NRCS to support the local delivery of our Farm Bill programs. This is a favorite strategic plan priority for us, which is number 5. The value of working lands is fully integrated into watershed health. So with that, I will turn this over to Courtney.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. For the record, Courtney Schaff, Interim Business Operations Manager. And this should be a fun and quick agenda item. So back in 2018, OWEB and NRCS entered into a relationship, and OWEB received $1 million from NRCS to grant out to local partners to assist NRCS around the state in the local delivery of Farm Bill programs. Those grants are open and on the landscape, creating great partnerships and deliverables. And NRCS approached us to ask if we would be willing to take another $500,000 and grant out additional grant funds, especially where those projects are wrapping up. But there's still a great need in these local communities for continued collaboration and support. So need approval from the board to receive these $500,000 from NRCS to be delegated to the director, and then I will work with NRCS to solicit a grant offering and to award those grants in 2021 to continue this great collaboration. Any questions?
I don't see any, Courtney. I just have a quick question. This money goes to basically support a person to do the work in these agencies. Is that correct?
So how it's been approached, for the record, Courtney Schaff, is we've had one watershed council that's been an applicant. The rest have been soil and water conservation districts. So they are using existing staff that maybe not at full capacity, and then are using these funds to bring that person either from half-time to full-time or 3/4 time to full-time, and they are doing these local, assisting NRCS in these activities. It could be stakeholder engagement and outreach. It could be development of plans, talking with landowners. Each grant is a little bit different in the deliverables, but they work with local NRCS offices to determine the needs, what are the capabilities of the local SWCD, and then they collaborate with us when they submit that application.
Great. Thank you. Meg, are you waving?
Well, I'm waving, but actually I was just turning my video back on. Sorry. But hello. Thanks for checking.
Yeah. Any questions for Courtney here? Okay, I'm seeing none. So the chair would entertain a motion.
So, Madam Co-Chair, I would move the board approve receipt of $500,000 from NRCS to support local delivery of the farm programs and delegate authority to the executive director to distribute funds through appropriate agreements with an award date of December 17th, 2020.
Thank you.
Second it.
I'll second it.
Okay, I think Jamie seconded that for us. Is there any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Here, can I just say, I think it might have been Brenda who was seconding it, just to defer the second on that one.
Okay,
Thank you, Jamie.
great. Thank you, Brenda. Motion passes. Thank you, board.
Great. All right. Thank you, Liza Jane. Thank you, board. We will now move on to agenda item O, which does require some action as well. And this is the DEI survey of OWEB grantees and the results of that survey. And then we're going to be talking about how the board can get more involved on the DEI side. And so we're looking for a nice, robust conversation. I'll just say, as part of the DEI ad hoc committee, we had some really great conversations about this. We talked about this yesterday. And such a great conversation for us to keep moving forward as we have board discussions. So I'm going to turn that over to Courtney, Katie, and Miriam, and Christy. Big group.
Well, great. Thank you. For the record, Courtney Schaff, Interim Business Operations Manager, and I'm really excited today about this agenda item. This has been a long time coming, a lot of work from a lot of different staff, and so I'm really excited to have a diversity of OWEB staff here on the Zoom today that you don't always hear from. So excited about that. We have three purposes of this presentation today. One is to introduce you all to the great team of staff at OWEB that have been working on our DEI work since the board adopted the strategic plan back in 2018. We want to share with you a really accumulation of a lot of work of survey and interviews with our grantees and the findings of that work, and then really key up the board to have a discussion today and identify some actionable next steps that the board can take around diversity, equity, and inclusion. So with me today from OWEB's DEI team are Sue Greer, Ken Fetcho, and Miriam Holst. The other members of the team that were unable to attend the board meeting today are Christy Primley and Katie Duzick. Both have other commitments that came up. And in addition, I also just want to give a little call out to Jillian McCarthy, who was an original member of the team and then stepped off to make room for Sue to join because she had additional workload come up. So we do have a great team today, and we are going to be tag teaming this presentation. So I'm going to go forward and share my screen, and then we will be tag teaming this presentation. And then when we get done, we'll turn off the screen share so that you can see us all again. But please, if anything pops up, please ask questions at any point in time. Okay, so. All right, can you see the presentation? Yeah, okay, thanks Mark for nodding. Okay, so just a little bit about the IDEA team. We did form all the way back in 2018. We've had about 6 members representing each of OWEB's sections since we started. Each year since we've been working, we've developed an annual work plan to promote awareness through communication and training opportunities for staff. Some of the activities that we have done just since we've gotten started is we did hold a DEI book club that we met and discussed just before we all closed down for the pandemic. We've held multiple what we call lunch and learn opportunities, which have varied from 30 minutes to an hour, where we might share a video or an article and then facilitate a discussion among staff. We've had different staff have done research and sent emails out acknowledging Indigenous Peoples Day, Black History Month, just to bring broader awareness to the people we serve and be inclusive of all Oregonians. And then we did a big push to encourage broad participation in the 2020 State Diversity Conference and held follow-up conversations and opportunities to debrief with staff after that diversity conference. It's been a really fun group to work with, and we're looking forward to see where we go in 2021 as we continue to create opportunities for staff engagement. So I want to kick this off and start a little bit about this survey we did of our grantees. The survey came out really directly of ideas from the strategic plan and priority 2 to listen, learn, and gather information from diverse populations. So we decided to start with surveying our grantees and learning a little bit more from them. The survey was developed with help from an intern, and we sent that out in 2018. We developed in 2018, sent it out in 2019, and then we completed the follow-up interviews in 2020. So we received responses from 29 of Oregon's 36 counties with a 26% response rate, or 75 out of the 292 grantees that we sent the survey to. We did receive responses from councils, districts, land trusts, and general nonprofits. We then completed 12 follow-up interviews, which we'll talk about when we discuss the findings, which are in attachment A of your staff report. You can see here that there's only 8 dots on this map, but that's because we did have interviews from some people in multiple counties. I am now going to turn the presentation over to Miriam, who's going to talk a little bit about the survey results. Miriam?
Thanks, Courtney. For the record, this is Miriam Forney. So the survey.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry, Miriam.
That's okay. Is everything all right?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Okay. So the survey asked participants about their board. 2 survey respondents didn't provide answers on this subject. However, from the information gathered, you can see that most of the grantee board members are white and the large majority is male. There's more diversity in the age range of board members, with most members falling between the ages of 25 and 84. Next slide, please. The survey also asked participants about their staff. 9 survey respondents did not provide answers on this subject, but from the responses we did receive, we noted that staff members of the organizations tend to be a bit more racially diverse than the board members and are much more likely to be female and relatively young than board members. No staff identified as non-binary. Next slide, please. 10 survey respondents skipped the 2 questions that you see here. However, the responses we receive indicate that slightly more than half of the grantees have engaged in training related to understanding or increasing DEI, while at the same time, less than 40% of the grantees have a strategic plan that addresses the topic. And this information aligns with what we've observed more casually about our grantees, which is that the majority of them are acting on the importance of DEI. However, given that DEI is an emerging priority for a lot of organizations, DEI activities are, in many cases, not yet guided by grantees' strategic plans. Another insight gain pertains to our grantees partnering with tribes. Responses indicated that all 9 of the federally recognized tribes in Oregon and the Nez Perce tribes are engaged as partners by the grantees, and several respondents work with more than 1 tribe in their service area. And now to information from other team members.
Thanks, Miriam. Co-chairs, members of the board, for the record, Ken Fetcho. I am OWEB's Effectiveness Monitoring Coordinator and Tribal Liaison. So after our surveys, we identified a subset of our grantees to interview to learn more. We used a qualitative approach that we were taught by Steve Patty, who's the owner of Dialogues in Action, who is the contractor who helped OWEB create our 2018 strategic plan. That training was on a mixed methods approach to better understand how to measure the impact of OWEB funds in communities across Oregon. And so we adapted that process, that approach that we learned about, to collect and analyze qualitative data to understand how our grantees are working on DEI in their organization and community. As part of the process, we developed a common set of questions that we asked all of our interviewees to do what Steve describes as to get inside the triangle. You'll see that illustration there on your slide, which is to get a deeper understanding of what our grantees know, feel, and do, and how that is leading them to believe, love, and become. So after all the interviews were completed, the IDEA team worked together to identify themes and information to better understand what were some causes or catalysts, new insights, and insights across the themes that we identified. So after the analysis was completed, we wrote 6 findings that are an attachment to the staff report in your board binder, agenda item O. So each finding includes a title, the description, which basically is provides the substance and meaning of the finding, and is what we discovered that no questionnaire could ever tell us. These descriptions also include quotes to further illustrate what we heard from the grantees during the interviews using their words. After the description, there's a short significance section that describes why this is important to OWEB. Next slide, please. So at the end of each finding, we describe our response and point to the relevant strategic plan, priority, and strategy. So we wanted to list the strategies and the broad outcomes from priority 2 before we dig into the findings, which is leaders at all levels of watershed work reflect the diversity of Oregonians. The strategic plan, strategies, and outcomes listed here for priority 2 helps us set the foundation for what we want to go about doing for this effort and the aspirations we are shooting for. As we think about next steps and OWEB's response, keep in mind we need to partner with other funders, organizations, and agencies, because as we heard Maida explain yesterday in response to Gary's question about how our funds can support DEI, we do have constitutional limitations on how we can spend our funding to support our grantees. Next slide, please. So now we're going to dig into the findings. So I'm going to hit some highlights for findings 1 and 2. Then I'll turn it over to Sue and Courtney to summarize what we learned in findings 3 through 6. And then we'll open it up to discussion. So finding number 1 is titled DEI work flows from within the culture of the organization and the community. Our interviews demonstrated that our grantees are at many different places when it comes to individual and organizational DEI work. And we are broadly describing DEI work as planning efforts and actively using tools and resources to recruit a greater diversity of staff, board members, and volunteers, and striving to increase involvement of underrepresented communities in restoration and stakeholder engagement efforts. So many people see DEI work as both an individual and organizational journey, with the individual work coming first and sometimes being easier to achieve. Making the transition from personal to organization can be challenging without leadership. Interviewees talked about how the mission of the organization can impact its culture and amount of focus it is willing to put into DEI work. Interviewees also talked about how the demographics, culture, and history of the community impacts the organization's DEI efforts. It's important to note that some of our grantees do not see the nexus between DEI work and conservation work, and this view is often directly linked to the culture of the community they serve. They recognize that demographics of Oregon are changing, and this includes land ownership, but they are also facing historical racism in many communities, which makes change hard. So the second finding is titled, "A diversity of barriers exist, and we need the entire toolbox to break them down." Our interviews revealed many barriers to performing DEI work. And I'm only going to highlight a few. So I really encourage you guys to read this finding to understand all the barriers that our grantees are faced with. One of the barriers that exist is the lack of training to gain the skills to understand the unique culture and language of the underrepresented communities in their areas and how best to engage them. Our grantees also mentioned multiple times that the lack of childcare is the barrier to get diverse stakeholders to attend their meetings and events. In addition, there's a need for translators and interpreters to perform outreach and then understand the feedback that they receive. Another major barrier that emerges after the communities provide feedback is that our grantees lack the human capital to take action. Many of our grantees' organizations are smaller and don't have the staff on hand to focus on the type of events and opportunities underrepresented communities tell them that they are interested in. It's important to keep in mind that there are also additional barriers that exist within their organization that prevent them from working on DEI issues due to a lack of understanding why this matters and how that fits into a rural community's needs. As we reflect on the many barriers that exist, we need to acknowledge that Oregon's racist history impacts our grantees' ability to engage underrepresented communities and recruit a diversity of staff, board members, and volunteers. By encouraging our grantees to engage underrepresented communities today, it will help our funding be applied in a manner that benefits a broader audience in the future. So with that, I'd like to turn this over to Sue to highlight key points for findings 3 and 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. The record.
Sue, we can't hear you.
Damn.
How about now?
Yep.
You got me
Yep.
now? All righty. Sorry
Yep.
about that. So again, I'm talking about capacity, and the finding was capacity is needed to launch and sustain DEI efforts, and finding 4 was organizational training is needed to embark upon a DEI journey. We, talking to our interviewees was probably one of the most enjoyable things I've done in quite a while. It was so eye-opening and also really uplifting and filled with challenges. Organizational capacity is really at the foundation of many of the constraints that our grantees experience when delving into DEI work within their communities. As it is, grantees are stretched thin, focusing on restoration efforts that are guided by their mission statements. Staff are already busy with normal day-to-day tasks of running the organization and implementing projects. And yet capacity is more than just funding. If organizations don't have the language or the bodies to do the work on top of what their mission states, incorporating DEI policies or awareness can be a struggle. And DEI literacy is built with training and accumulated understanding of the history behind the issues we face today. And finding funding that focuses on DEI training and staff can especially be hard to come by in rural Oregon. Having just 1 or 2 individuals trained on these topics is a start, but in order to fully embrace the culture, the training needs to reach every staff and board member, at least to a level of understanding that can initiate conversations and open up possibilities of what change and resulting benefits could occur. We also heard from our interviewees that challenges occur with hiring ethnically diverse staff. As it is, many organizations do not get an onslaught of applications, and they are overjoyed when someone with the necessary skill sets applies for a position. This feeds into the ongoing challenge of staff turnover in our grantee organizations that we often see across the state. This also trickles down into diversity across their boards. It's so difficult to find new volunteers to serve on boards, or even just keeping the old ones they have. And I say old ones, it is kind of a generational issue that a lot of our grantees are faced with. One grantee stated that they would love to seek a board member from their Hispanic community out of their area, but they're challenged by either finding bilingual candidates or prohibitive costs of translation services for both written and verbal communication. That said, one thing that kind of recently rose up in my region that was a highlight for me is that a couple of examples that I can see making a difference in future diversity in both staff and board members is the first from the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs. They recently brought students from the Warm Spring Reservation schools out to a restoration site on Fox Creek in the John Day Basin to teach the kids and expose them to both restoration actions and also the salmon life cycle. And then I know the board has heard quite a bit about Confederated Tribes of Umatilla, where they integrate their culture and their community with their restoration efforts based on their first foods policy. By engaging their youth in this way, they see their culture remaining active. And finally, another grantee utilizes the Oregon Youth Conservation Corps to work on restoration projects across the John Day Basin, bringing both urban and rural residential students out into the field. These type of activities plant seeds for future generations to seek careers in natural resources, for at the least have a better understanding of how restoration benefits the landscape. On the bright side, in our interviews and our surveys, we found that grantees are enthusiastic to listen and learn more on how to best address diversity, equity, and inclusion in their organizations. That said, DEI conversations can be very challenging. Generational and life experiences can create feelings and biases that are not always apparent on the surface. Literacy and open communication skills are key to moving these conversations forward and making progress in embracing DEI possibilities. And with that, I'll pass it off to, I believe, Courtney takes the next section.
Thanks, Sue and Ken. Great lead off. So I have the final two findings, which are findings 5 and 6. And I want to say that the order of these findings is very purposeful. From culture and barriers to capacity and training, and ending with funding and partnerships. They all build off of each other and are all interrelated. Finding number 5, funding is a key ingredient to initiate DEI work within an organization. And finding number 6, partnerships create opportunities for DEI success. We heard from our grantees that for the most part, our grantees depend on grants to keep their doors open, and they have limited discretionary funding to pursue other work such as DEI efforts. We also heard that our grantees need to follow the funding sources to support their core missions, and they can only expand to other areas as time, aka capacity, and funding allows. Funding is needed for training and relationship building and providing resources to targeted diverse stakeholders within their communities. This finding not only ties to priorities 1 and 2, but also to 4. Watershed organizations have access to a diverse and stable funding portfolio. Funding for DEI work is a challenging area also for OWEB. As we've discussed previously during the spending plan discussion, the purposes of OWEB funding have to tie back to our statute and constitution. However, there are opportunities to work with our stakeholders to fund DEI work through stakeholder engagement and engaging broader diversity of stakeholders as we discuss and tie to restoration and conservation on our landscapes. Working within a partnership for DEI work can lead to securing additional funding and collectively providing additional opportunities to engage with underrepresented communities and pursue collective priorities. We also heard from our interviewees that it takes time, AKA capacity and funding, and a culture in your organization and your community to develop and grow new partnerships that are thinking outside the box. Partnerships can lead to success, but partnerships take time and capacity to grow and nurture. We're gonna open this up for board discussion now, and I just wanted to pause and put our two priorities, both broad awareness and priority 2, leaders at all levels of watershed work, up here on the screen. And as Ken referred to, other priorities also within our strategic plan tied directly back to the board and staff's DEI efforts as we move forward. And with that, open it up for discussions and questions.
Great, thanks, Courtney. We have some board questions. All right, Brenda.
Thank you, Jason. This is Brenda McComb for the record. What a great presentation. This is just excellent. So thank you all for the work that you've done on this. One issue that just came up is funding, and I know that that's a difficult one to grapple with, but I've had a few conversations in different venues with members of communities who are usually not at the table in the natural resources arena. And those individuals are continually being asked to serve on committees, provide advice. They're just tapped out. And invariably, those requests come from white privileged people hoping to get them at the table to provide information freely, without compensation. And so one thing I'd like to just insert here is that we need to take that into consideration. We need to make sure that we're compensating people for the information that they're able to provide to us from a cultural perspective that is not the majority.
Thanks, Brenda.
Thanks for sharing. Brenda, that's a great point, which I know we have talked about as a staff DEI team, and I've also heard feedback from other organizations.
Molly.
So I echo Brenda's comments actually, and I really appreciate this work because one of the things that we see a lot too is engagement, but it tends to be unidirectional engagement, where it's always reaching into these small communities, asking for them to, join us at a seat for the table. And I agree and think that the next stage of this, or the evolution of this, is trying to make sure that the engagement is bi-directional and really is equal, and whether that's through the compensation of smaller groups being able to participate within OWEBs, whether it's compensation or whether it's establishing kind of efficient engagement processes. And that's kind of the evolution, I think, of where this needs to go, so that it is more even and you're not just constantly burning out. I know that the work that we do with the tribes, we always kind of talk about having to go back to square zero or square one with every new relationship as people turn over. But the onus of doing that is always put on our tribal partners, and it's just it's exhausting. And so how do we get it so that it is more even and balanced, I think, is how this really does need to evolve.
Bruce, did you have a question?
Yeah, more of a comment, Jason. Thanks. I really appreciated the presentation. It brought my attention to how whether or not we need to really drill down on structural impediments that we have on DEI through OWEB, and we kind of danced around a little bit on the educational prohibition. I think Courtney talked about that we deal with. We are so focused on working land ownership, and with the exception of tribal ownership, it seems like the vast majority of land ownership in Oregon is in the is white. And while we could get into some male-female issues there, we're not dealing with some of the underserved communities. So I liked what we had to say, but I wonder if there's some elephants in the room that we really need to talk about.
Thanks, Bruce. I think I would just add one thing, that one of the things we did hear through the interviewees, and we just know from talking and working with our grantees and seeing applications, is more and more of our grantees are beginning to work with land managers, recognizing that, yes, land ownership is often white and male, but there is greater diversity in some areas on those land managers. And also beginning to work with, just as we heard from Marco and Loma Kathy, the people doing the work on the land, and really engaging with and educating those that are doing the work in various different ways.
Thanks, Bruce. So I've got Meg, Gary, and then Tony.
Thanks, Jason. That was a really good presentation and the results of the survey. Can you guys hear me okay? Am I too loud? Okay. The results of the survey are really fascinating. And I wonder, we're all on our individual journeys in this area, and as well as our organizational journeys, whichever organizations we're associated with. And, the comment about the members of underrepresented communities being asked to represent over and over being exhausting. I mean, that was kind of a theme. A lot of people were doing some self-education this year because of the race issues that came to the forefront in the country. And I know we're not just talking about race here, it's a much broader issue, but it kind of reminds me of that. And there was a lot of study happening. And I feel like at some point, in order to move this ball forward, we could use some expertise from someone who is much more deeply immersed in the topic of how to engage underrepresented communities. And especially when we have this multi-layered situation where we have OWEB, and then we have all the organizations that are grantees who then have their own communities. Because I know there are things we could do. Well, I think there are things we could do, but I also feel like I do think it is a structural issue, and getting help from somebody who could help us deal with what is probably a structural issue might be a good next step. And, I don't know whether we are precluded from, we must not be precluded from spending money on this because we've already got staff time into it, and et cetera, et cetera. But I don't know. I think it would be helpful to get some expertise into the mix.
Maida?
For the record, Maida Loftsgarden, and I see Courtney smiling as well on her end. So one of the things we're going to be talking about in just a few minutes, Meg, is the next steps for the board. And I would strongly encourage you to include that as we survey you all and find out more from that perspective. And I will just give one distinction, because you asked that question about, are we precluded from spending money on this? Our operating fund and our grant fund have different constitutional requirements. So our grant fund is a lot more stringent than our operating fund is. And so with our operating fund, we can do things like training with you all. And the last thing I'll just leave you with before I turn it back to staff is while we, and we talked about this with the DEI team, while we may have some constitutional restrictions, we are a funder and we are a major funder, and our ability to talk to other funders is different than a grantee's ability. So we have another tool in our toolbox, and that tool is we're a funder too. And I think we've got some real opportunities working with you all to reach out to other foundations and funders and build a bigger coalition that says, here's where OWEB's money fits in, and here's what the other types of funding that we're bringing to our partners to help them. So I would encourage you as a board to think, if we often have you thinking about our money, I would really encourage you to think broader than that in this space, because there's a power that comes with the kind of investments we can do that is incredibly helpful when we're reaching out to other funders. And we've found that in the special investment partnerships, we find that in the focus investment partnerships. So just something for y'all to think about.
Can I ask one more kind of follow-up question? Well, it's not really a follow-up, it's a slightly different direction, but the response, I'm not a statistician at all, but I wondered about the response rate and whether that itself is a flag and some people's unwillingness to answer certain questions, whether you guys got them. I just don't know whether it reflects a resistance to the idea to begin with, or just too many other things going on, or a combination of those things. Did you guys have any sense of that?
For the record, Courtney Schaff, that's a great question. I mean, I hear that 26% response rate is pretty good for a survey. I'm not a statistician either. We would have liked more. We definitely saw some questions skipped. So I think people were intrigued by the DEI survey and maybe unsure with some of the questions and chose to skip them because they just weren't sure how to answer them. As I said, we sent this out almost 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, and it would be interesting to do again, considering I think a lot of our grantees have probably moved quite along the DEI spectrum in their efforts since we sent the survey out. So maybe something to consider in the future.
Okay, I've got Gary, Tony, and then Brenda.
Okay, this is Gary Marshall for the record. I think I'll regret raising my hand here, but I'll have to say that when I read this earlier, this is fascinating. I mean, I see a big challenge that the DEI committee has here. I mean, it's really important. But as I read it, I was trying to apply it to myself individually and the organizations that I am in here locally in this community, and trying to make some sense out of how what we have and what we need to do to make things better. And it's overwhelming almost, because the fact is, I mean, what Sue said, this is in this world anyway, the one that I'm in, it is a generational issue almost. And we have a great amount of the population that fits in at least one or two of these categories, and those are the folks that are involved with things, with the organizations, and with the efforts that go on. I guess the only thing that I can, or something that I think about is maybe this needs this. I think this almost has to be community specific, but it also, if you want different things in your garden, you have to plant different seeds. And so to me, this starts really an effort needs to happen with the upcoming generation in order to get this, to get a real fix on this, because, we can work at it as individuals and try to make cultural changes, but it's going to take passing of a generation really to change the whole attitude towards diversity and equity and inclusion. So, just a comment.
Thanks, Gary. And can I add to that real quickly, Jason Robinson for the record, and I appreciate that. You know, as we were having this conversation, the DIA ad hoc committee, a lot of things were coming to my mind. So how, as a board, how do we look at this? So we have our Measure 76 mandate and how we provide funds. And so we have to look at those conditions. But also we have, you know, this goal of reaching all Oregonians. And so reaching all Oregonians to me is a statement of then we have to become aware of what does that mean? Who are the interest groups? Who are all the Oregonians? And so I think as we go into this next level of discussion with the board, it's really about getting clear in its awareness. And so when we talk about the survey, it's understanding who are all Oregonians. And then I think absolutely, Gary, to your point is one of the things I took away from the survey, and Courtney's done a great job at this, was that we're really talking about culture. And we know that culture is different in different areas. It's just like with tribes, we can't apply one tribal culture to the next. So we have to look at it based on communities and what does that look like? And that comes down to demographics, composition and dynamics, scope and scale. What are our watershed councils working on? How do they integrate those into communities? And then also the focus. Where are they focusing their efforts? So I'm just throwing those out because I think, Gary, that's a great conversation. So as we go into that board level conversation, let's think about all those different scenarios that we've kind of been working around from the board perspective, because we do have some sideboards on what we can do, but I believe it starts with awareness. So anyhow, those are just some general comments. I'm going to go to Tony next.
Thanks, Jason, and great job, Courtney, Ken, everybody, Miriam, Sue. Really nice work. So a couple of thoughts, I guess, or comments based on the conversation we had here. One's a little bit of a follow-up from Bruce's comment that we have historically really engaged in land ownership as really kind of our organizational structure. And the thought that you could look at uses and activities and residents and workers as other ways of viewing activities within that watershed and maybe expanding your scope, I think is one opportunity or an area where we can make a little more ground. And I don't think it's been done a lot anywhere yet. And then the second one is just follow up on what Maida was saying. Partnering with other funders is a tremendous opportunity. I think it's a maturation of funding organizations as well, and a maturation of trying to get to common causes across those. So I think the timing is right for doing that, and I think the opportunity there is also sky high. So really nice, again, real nice work. I look forward to the next section.
Great. Thanks, Tony. Brendan and Randy.
Thanks, Jason. Yeah, Brenda McComb for the record. Just to follow up on Meg's comment, I would strongly encourage you to, Courtney, to do a survey for non-response bias. 25 to 30% response rate is okay, but it's not great, especially when you have a fairly small population. And I think it would be worthwhile to you know, make some phone calls to the non-respondents and see why they didn't respond and how they might answer the questions differently or the same. The other point I wanted to make is a comment, and that is several of these groups that you might want to engage in OWEB activities and watershed council activities may not find those activities relevant to them. And so if they are relevant and you're not engaging them, that's one question that would need to be answered. If they are not relevant and you want them to be, that's a different question. And you need to have some way of bringing them in and developing that conversation and understanding that culture. And I agree with Gary and Jason that it's not a one size fits all fix to this. This is multidimensional, and it's going to take a lot of work on all of our parts to tease out these questions.
Thanks, Brenda. All right, Randy, and then Bruce, and then Jamie. Oh, you're on mute.
tried to talk before I was able. Randy Labby, a public at large. Unfortunately, Oregon, is not as diverse as some of the other states. And my reaction, I thought the presentation was excellent, and it's a good start, the material that's been generated. I'm wondering if we couldn't experiment on a smaller scale in areas where, in Oregon, where there is diversity. Obviously, Portland and the I-5 corridor, and I just throw out the Hood River Valley and the Malheur County, where there is more diversity, to identify people in our among our partners and among our funders, outside funders, that have people that might have an interest in OWEB or in the OWEB partners in those areas, to get into a position where they can track to higher levels. In our business, we identify people in our company that of diversity that have talent and offer them scholarships. Another place to track interest is in the universities in the state, to see if we can identify people that would have an interest in coming into the conservation field and that could grow into positions not only at the local level, but with OWEB or on the staff, and eventually on the board, if they had that interest. Anyway, those are just a few things that came to me during this discussion.
Thanks, Randy. Bruce, and then Jamie.
One of the things that has emerged as we've been doing a lot of reading at the Buckmaster household on climate is that the at-risk communities, those communities that may bear the largest burden of climate changes, tend to be underrepresented. In Oregon, we'd look at urban and coastal, and I like what Randy had to say. We also have uncovered lots of places in Europe and, well, around the world and within the United States where water and urban work have come up with some pretty incredible projects that, with just a slight bend, might have opportunities for OWEB participation. The last thing I'll mention is just an aside that Mrs. B asked after the last election why people didn't sign up to run for water districts in Clatsop County. And she looked at it, thought it might be something she'd be interested in, even though she hates committees. And said, well, you realize that you have to be a landowner even to be on a water district in Oregon. So somebody who has a clear desire to work and participate has that structural problem at the community level. And that's, I don't know how far that goes in Oregon, but it's something to look at. Thanks.
Thanks, Bruce. And Jamie.
So I've previously expressed with some emotion to the board how strongly I feel about this topic. But I want to, as a colleague of mine once said, you got to learn to go slow to go fast sometimes. And the important thing is that we move forward on what I think is a very important topic. And I first of all want to start out by really thanking our staff and all the work they're doing. and also just saying in some of the committee work and some of the other work we've done, whenever I think I've come up with a good idea, they've actually already thought about it and tried and are 3 steps ahead of me. So just really want to acknowledge and appreciate the commitment that our staff has to this topic and helping us walk through it. It's really going to require a personal commitment on all of us to move this forward. I fundamentally don't believe that we're fully doing our job if we're not integrating and going beyond a nice 3-letter catchphrase, but actually how we actually do our work is fundamental, I believe, to integrating and having all voices at the table and engaging, tying into our culture what it means to really include all Oregonians. So just a couple of thoughts that came up in terms of some of the comments. Bruce, really appreciate your distinction between, landowners. That was actually in one of our earlier presentations. That was my question about how we might go beyond just landowners. And landowner, it's not disqualifying the importance of landowners, but it's recognizing that there are, based on how our system is developed and the questions we ask, we often leave folks behind, and they're not part of our consideration process just because we haven't established a criteria that includes people in the decision-making process, the deliberation process, or even how we rate our projects. If we've got a project that has a stellar result in terms of real specifics with regard to species and habitat improvement or enhancement or restoration, but totally ignores the community engagement aspects, is that really a successful project in the long run? Because if the community and many in the community aren't engaged, we lose the opportunity to move forward. I think our state, well, there's 2 things, both to Randy's point, we're not a very diverse state, but that said, that has been somewhat by design with our history. So a lot of folks don't realize that John Day, and we had a presentation on that earlier, John Day used to be home to the 3rd largest Chinatown in the United States. And because of some of the politics and relationships, that changed because it became a very hostile environment for folks who were there. Umatilla County there's great diversity there in terms of, we look at our ag community. Our ag community includes, yes, landowners, but also farm workers. And I know OWEB, of course, has done some work on that, partner with the state on that. I really want to thank Gary for speaking out and naming some of the challenges. It's not at all thin ice, Gary. You're essentially saying what's gone unsaid. So in this group, on this platform, it's easy to say, yeah, we want to do this, is a good idea, but it's really starting to look at that next layer of the discomfort that us as individuals might have with challenges we have with this topic and implementing this topic well, and then also with our communities. So going back to your point, Gary, I do agree there's challenges, because I've spent some time in we live in rural Oregon, in Central Oregon, rural area, but I appreciate those barriers. But one thing I do know is that Oregonians across our state believe in relationships and are committed to relationships. And so how do we broaden that definition of community relationships to include others who are not currently part of those conversations, and also find the language? I think the other key thing we're seeing here, and that even the DEI acronym, it works in the metro area of Portland. It doesn't necessarily work in more rural areas because of assumptions. It becomes almost a buzzword. So how do we translate this concept of relationships and this concept of valuing the input of the wisdom of folks who live in a community in our work? And I think that's some of the work to be done. But I think there's the personal engagement for each and every one of us. And I apologize for taking so long to talk, but I would really individually ask those board members, especially who have not yet spoken, and especially if you feel uncomfortable about this topic, if you could just share, if not what you yourself are feeling, what you anticipate others may be feeling, what are those barriers we have to overcome so we can potentially move forward and hopefully move forward on this. So there's first that personal engagement. There's supporting our team. There's the funding that was mentioned. Can we find other partners, making sure and be advocates for them getting funding? If we can't get funding ourselves, to have those partners work with us, but then we can be champions of the legislature, the governor's office, so that they are funded. And And then how do we move forward on this? And there's a motion later to be made and a discussion on that. But if I can, oh, and also the evaluation of projects. Again, I'd like to see us get to a point where we're actually, our actual evaluation of the success of a project incorporates this. And I know it does to a certain degree now, but I think there's opportunities to explore that more. But I would, with that, I would just personally ask my colleagues who either don't typically say much at meetings or haven't felt comfortable, if you could just share with us your thoughts on what some of the barriers may be. As a member of the DEI committee, I find that so very helpful.
Thanks for that, Jamie. All right, do we have any other comments, questions? And so I see Stephen and I see Liza Jane. So Stephen first.
Yeah, just 2 points. One, I agree with, I think what Meg is the one who said, is that we really need to expand who we talk to about this. And I think we need to go directly to those communities and individuals in those communities, not individuals in those groups, and talk to them directly. And there are people that have expertise and experience in this that I think it's really valuable to hear directly from them. It's hard for us in many respects to second guess what's going on. And I think that anyway, I think there's a lot more we can get out of by talking to individuals directly, one-on-one, and through through sort of in-depth discussion on these topics. The second thing is more on a structural basis. You know, we do have a large component of what we do is in stakeholder engagement. And I think we can expand our definition of stakeholders. And it's not, you know, and maybe that's one area, at least in the structurally, where we can encourage the folks we fund and that to, when they think about communities and stakeholders, everyone's a stakeholder, and they need to reach out to communities that are normally not reached out to and include them in the process, not necessarily being on a committee or talking or getting advice, but to include them as a member of the stakeholder community. And that's one area that I think very simply we could change our process in a sense to encompass some of that.
Thanks, Stephen. So Liza Jane, and then we're going to tee up the action item discussion. So.
Thank you, Jason. This is Liza Jane. A couple thoughts in reading through the section on our notebook. I noted that it was a barrier of including landowners because they were white male. And I know lots of landowners are, but they're not bachelors for the most part. So I think there's an opportunity to possibly think beyond the white male owner as having a family, and potentially young people that are also working on the land, and they could be invited and included, and that might help stretch that experience. Another thing I'm thinking about as I read and I listen, it's a human nature trait, and that is the power of public recognition, incentive and reward. And I think OWEB has an opportunity to not maybe demand, think about our grant requirements and including this, but we have some really incredible examples of people working around the state that are diverse. We listened to some presentations today, and I think it might be an opportunity for us to really shine publicly that we appreciate that effort, and the value of the end product is due to the diversity of the people working on it. And so if we were to have ceremony and recognition and then promote that so everyone can see it, that drives people to want to do that too. So I think we have an opportunity there to appreciate, to recognize, to expose what we value as we move forward as just one tool, so that people kind of have a desire to move towards that. just because we're people and we like kudos. So that's another thought. And then a last short story. I may have shared this with you before, but I'd like to tell you again, because it's one of the neatest things I get to do each year. It's frightening because it's so, it's difficult, but I'm invited to go speak to the Center for Diversity in the Environment in Portland, into their E42 group. And it's a group of young people of color. Actually, it's just diverse, but mostly people of color that are young that want to work in conservation and the environment. And there's in 42, I believe, is a year that is supposedly will have as many people of color as non-color in the state of Oregon. So that's their goal. Way too long to wait for them to be involved. But what we do, I spend 4 or 5 hours visiting with that group, and I ask them for their stereotypes of Eastern Oregon specifically. The first time I went, one of the participants didn't show up because they were so scared that a rancher from Eastern Oregon was coming, and that wasn't safe to them. So I keep coming back, and but the stories they have, you know, they're afraid to come to where I live because they'll be shot, and it's just they've never even been past Bend, or if they got to Bend, and so there's just it's so incredible when I think I live in a world of peace and love that it's viewed differently. So again, that's an opportunity for story, for changing our story and expanding people's understanding, and then, you know, doing that work as individuals or a group. But so much of it is what people see, and when the board shows up, our people doing the work show up, and we're not modeling diversity, then that opportunity doesn't present itself to other people. So that's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Liza Jane. Maida or Courtney, before I tee up the action item, do you guys have any other remarks?
This has been a really rich conversation. Thank you all.
Great. Anything, Courtney?
Ditto. Great conversation. Thank you for everyone's input.
Okay, great. So we do have an action item on this, and I want to tee that up. So we had a really good conversation as the DEI committee to really look at what would we be looking for as an ask of the board. And we talked about this today, and that is the first thing is awareness. We want to become aware of where we're at as a board. What is our overall story today, and where are we going? And so the first component of this action item is the survey. Really wanting to take stock in terms of where we're currently at as a board, so that we can analyze that and understand where we might want to go. And so that's the first step. Then to continue in the DEI committee to analyze those results and start developing some recommendations or thoughts to bring back to the board in terms of some action items, things we can follow up with. So that's the second component. And then the third component is, as we're thinking about this from a coordinating committee role, that we have this as a standing agenda topic, just like we have other topics that come in, so that we're continually looking at this from an awareness and improvement standpoint, and really having this as part of the ongoing conversation. It's real easy with several of our different topics to kind of put them on the shelf for a while and forget that they're there. And so from the DI committee's perspective, it's really important that we keep this conversation in the forefront moving forward. So those are the three components. And so at this time, I will entertain a motion for those to implement those components.
I'll make the motion if you want, or okay. This is Bruce. I move the board take the following actions. 1, commit that all board members will complete a DEI survey. 2, continue the DEI ad hoc committee to analyze survey results and determine strategic next steps. And 3, include DEI as a standing agenda item for all board and coordinating committee meetings.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Bruce and a second by Meg. All right, further discussion.
Do we have a sense of the timing of the survey? Like, is it already ready to go, or is that something that it's going to be a little bit down the road? Okay. All right. Okay.
Any other follow-up comments or feedback before the vote? Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you guys very much. Turn it over to you, Liza Jane.
You do? Isn't it break time?
Yes, I think you're right.
I think that's great. Thank you, Jason.
Yes, so you can click us to break, Liza Jane.
Okay, so I think we're a bit behind here, but let's take 10 minutes anyway. Can we do that?
Perfect.
So we'll see you back at 22. Thank you. Are we ready? Is that what I said? Yeah.
It is. Now it's up to you to get us back on track, Eliza Jane.
We are, welcome back, everyone. Hope you did your jumping jacks. You're all fired up. We're at agenda item P, which is our 2020 fire update. Renee and Kathy will be presenting.
Thank you, Liza Jane. Good afternoon, co-chairs, members of the board. I'm Renee Davis, Deputy Director here at OWEB. I'm joined by Kathy Leopold, our small grants coordinator. So Kathy and I will be tag teaming the wildfire update. I'll turn it over to Kathy first to give you an update about the status of the near-term fire response grant offering that you all awarded back in October. And then after Kathy provides that update, we'll pause for questions about any questions that you have about the grants, and then I'll transition over to share an update about some of the interagency coordination work related to wildfire recovery over the near, mid, and long term. So Kathy, take it away.
Thank you, Renee, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Kathy Leopold, OWEB Small Grant Program Coordinator. So following the historic wildfire events earlier this year, OWEB staff set out to identify how the agency might assist affected communities and partners in their response efforts. Beginning in mid-September, staff met with state and federal agencies in an effort to understand each agency's role and to identify potential funding needs and gaps. In addition to those conversations, staff held 3 listening sessions to hear directly from our partners about priority action needs that might be addressed with OWEB funding. Excuse me. Through these listening sessions, some common concerns emerged that fit with OWEB's funding mission. Some of those concerns heard across the burned areas included potential weed establishment, landslide and sedimentation risk, impaired riparian condition, and damaged fencing. So following the October 30th board approval of $1 million for a wildfire response grant offering, staff worked quickly to formalize the offering details and finalize an application. We were able to open the offering on November 5th. Now you'll recall this funding is targeted to 13 fire areas, and within each of those areas, one grant of up to $75,000 is available, with one lead entity organization acting as the grantee for the collaborative partners. Awarded funds must be expended by June 30th, 2021. These funds may be used to assist with response efforts, mainly on private, non-industrial timber and tribal land. To help focus the offering, OWEB provided a list of eligible project types. Applicants may request funding to implement any of the eligible activities if identified as high priority for the fire area in a federally led assessment through FEMA, BLM, or the U.S. Forest Service. Eligible implementation actions include conservation cover and cover cropping, mulching, woody residue treatment, weed treatment, range planting, and fencing. Each of these eligible implementation actions is supported by cited NRCS practice code guidance. Applicants may also request funding for costs associated with salvage log transport and stockpiling for future restoration projects. Other eligible project types include stakeholder engagement activities to help landowners understand programs available for post-fire recovery and to assist them in participating in those programs. And funding may also be used for technical assistance activities to participate on the local assessment teams selecting restoration practices. Within this basic framework of eligible projects, OWEB does make room for some flexibility. Other implementation actions and prioritization assessments may be considered after applicant OWEB conversations. Given the varying stages of assessment activities and the collaboration necessary for the one lead entity format, we have an extended application window, open now through May of 2021. To facilitate the quick response needed, however, OWEB will review applications on a rolling basis as they're submitted. So by using that defined list of eligible project types, again, most supported with NRCS practice code guidance, it enabled the development of a streamlined application. We utilized checkboxes and limited narrative response questions to get the information needed. These same attributes facilitate an efficient application review process as well. As I mentioned, OWEB technical review is initiated as each application is submitted. Because these funds are for urgent, short-term response efforts, we are focused on getting from application to grant agreement as quickly as possible while still assuring project soundness and compliance with statute and rule. So through this process, one grant has been awarded so far. The Bratton Fire Response Grant will support efforts to reseed over 4,000 acres in Lake County. These funded activities will reduce the potential for the establishment of noxious weeds and invasive species. In addition to this awarded grant, a second application has been submitted and is currently under review. This project proposes response efforts for the Holiday Farm fire area. Additionally, partner conversations are underway in other fire areas as well, with several applications in progress in our system. One is kind of random, but one additional item is for this grant offering, we're adding a condition of agreement that in the project completion reporting, we're requiring a discussion of the efforts to engage minority communities and tribal communities and contractors in the implementation of the grant funded activities. And that concludes my status report.
Thanks, Kathy. Before we check to see if board members have questions about the status of the fire grants, just want to give huge thanks to Kathy. This has been an enormous lift to put together this grant application, respond to questions from interested applicants who really do want to make sure that they're adhering to the side boards, knowing that the board did not have an enormous amount of money to provide here, and Kathy has done an absolutely fantastic job. So thank you for that, Kathy. So we'll stop there, see if any board members have questions about the fire grants before we go to interagency coordination. Looks like Jason.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't click my hand down here, but I do have a quick question, Jason Rollins for the record. And really, it's a quick comment. And then Kathy and Renee and the team, just the fact that you guys were able to turn this around, create a structure, and get these applications through to respond to this emergency need. I just kudos to you guys for the hard work, because I know this happens very quickly, and what a process you've put together here. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Jason.
And this is Liza Jane. I have one comment too, and kind of a question. Kathy, do you think those other applications look good for funding? And does the money still have to be spent by June? Did you say that?
Yes, the money would need to be expended by June. So I have not reviewed those in progress applications. You can just see them in our system. So I know that folks are at least in discussions about the project.
Okay, thank you. Renee, did you have more?
I do. So if no other questions about the fire grants, I'll provide an update about interagency coordination related to post-wildfire recovery. So if you flip to page 2 of your staff report, you'll see an overview of this. I'll just give you a quick rundown of the work that we've been busy undertaking in coordination with partners at the federal, state, local, tribal levels of jurisdiction. So as part of the state recovery plan, there are different state recovery functions that are identified. State Recovery Function 7 focuses on natural and cultural resources recovery, and really is intended to coordinate state resources in a way that can help tribal governments, local governments, in coordination with federal partners to address post-disaster needs related to recovery. In this case, we're talking about post-wildfire recovery. So as soon as the state wrapped up the initial emergency response phase after the September fires, we quickly moved into developing the recovery structure that would be needed. That was framed up generally in the state recovery plan, but really did need to be built out much more significantly in this case to focus on natural and cultural resources. So the governor's office, in coordination with Office of Emergency Management, with the disaster cabinet that the governor has received, convened a set of natural resources agencies to come together, provide some executive level structure around the recovery oversight, and then to convene the Natural and Cultural Resources Recovery Task Force. That task force is being convened by Department of Forestry, DEQ, and OWEB. So just for Molly and Brenda, huge thanks to the agencies that you represent. They have been fantastic partners in this, as we really are playing catch up to put some of the structure in place. And so for the last 2 months or so, I think, feels like more like 2 years, we have been putting a number of components in place to support near, mid, and long-term recovery related to natural and cultural resources. So one, we've been working on assessments in coordination with subject matter experts from a whole host of different agencies and organizations to address really the need for much better understanding of what some of those impacts are from fires that occurred in different locations across a whole different set of themes, whether that's hydrology, drinking water supplies, geohazard type risk, fish and wildlife concerns, cultural resources concerns. So really making sure that we have solid assessment information about those impacts to then subsequently inform prioritization and ultimately implementation. We've been working closely to develop strong connections to tribal governments. So we've convened a tribal work group as part of the task force's work to bring together the tribes to ensure that they can provide really important input and feedback as to whether the assessment information, whether ultimately the prioritization that will help inform implementation planning really does reflect the natural and cultural resource concerns from a tribal perspective. We've invited the tribes also to participate on the task force. Just very important to have tribal considerations front and center as we're planning for recovery. A lot of public information and outreach efforts are underway. We've been coordinating with FEMA on a funding subgroup. So helping to identify, one, what are some of those existing funding programs that can help address near midterm recovery needs related to natural and cultural resources, but also given the just unimaginable nature in some ways of the scale of these fires, identifying that we may need to make significant new funding asks, and whether that's to the federal government, whether that's part of upcoming legislative session, to begin to get at some of those priority issues at hand. So Maida and Eric have both been helping on the funding subgroup side of things, and also a lot of other coordination with related efforts. So for example, close coordination with the Office of Outdoor Recreation, other federal and state partners on recreation related issues, such an intimate connection between natural resources and recreation, including impacts both to existing recreation sites, but then thinking through what some of the subsequent pressures are going to be on other areas with closures that will be in place for, we are unsure how long in the coming months and maybe even into years. There's a new interagency monitoring and research group that now is being kicked off by Forest Service and Department of Forestry. So really wanting to make sure we're plugged into that group to ensure that we have a good understanding of the post-monitoring findings that will emerge from that group and how that can inform subsequent recovery actions. And then, and this is quite new from our perspective at OWEB, ensuring good coordination across the state recovery functions, a whole host of issues. Drinking water supplies is one great example. It does not sit in a single state recovery function focused on natural and cultural resources. So we're in close communication with health services, state recovery function, infrastructure, state recovery function, to connect the dots and ensure that those local communities, those local partners, entities who have been impacted have access to the range of state resources that they need as they're both protecting and rebuilding their systems. So I think with that, I'll stop. It's quite an interwoven web in terms of the coordination that we're setting up and now beginning to implement around natural and cultural resources recovery. I would say that not unlike in other instances, the
the coordination and convening strength that our agency brings to the table has been incredibly helpful in this instance too. We're able to kind of cut across some of those subject matter areas and really be a kind of a coalescing force. And so that's, I think, been incredibly helpful in this time when we've tried to quickly respond to what we know has been just an incredible disaster in so many communities around the state. So I'll pause there. Maida, feel free to add anything I missed, and happy to answer any questions.
You hit all of the points, Renee. Thanks.
Anybody have questions, comments? Okay, thank you. Kathy and Renee, thank you.
Thanks, Liz Jane.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move now to our last agenda item for the day, agenda item Q. We have an action on this one, and we're going to go to Renee and Ken.
Great. Thanks, Jason. Again, good afternoon. Co-chairs, members of the board, for the record, Renee Davis, Deputy Director. So I'll start with a brief lead off on this agenda item, and then Ken will walk through more of the meat of it. So we're coming to you to request approval for to receive funding from the Oregon Department of Forestry in support of the Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, or CREP, Technical Assistance Grants that we provide on a biennial basis around the state. So I think all of you probably know by now, but just in case not, CREP is a state and federal partnership in coordination with Farm Services Agency. It also involves technical support from Natural Resources Conservation Service, a number of state agencies, including Department of Forestry, and also local partners. So the intent of CREP really is to get at key fish and wildlife habitat issues and water quality issues through riparian enhancement work. And so that can be a whole host of different activities, can be fencing, planting, alternative watering locations. And in terms of the partnership piece of things, it's really co-investment by the federal government and the state in periodic payments to landowners, and also cost shares for some of those activities that I described. A unique piece of what we've done here in OWEB, or in Oregon, rather, through OWEB grants, is to provide some technical assistance support for the CREP program. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ken to talk a little bit more about the CREP tech work.
Well, thanks, Renee. For the record, Ken Fetcho, OWEB's Effectiveness Monitoring Coordinator and Tribal Liaison. And so, as Renee mentioned, we provide a 2-year competitive statewide CREP technical assistant grants to fund positions typically organized at the county level, with some of our grantees span multiple counties or districts. Sometimes we refer them to. And these grants that we provide for CREP techs help support the local CREP implementation, and for staffing, travel, training, outreach, and planning. Essentially, these funds help pay for CREP techs to recruit and enroll landowners in the program, and assist them to adaptively manage their buffers over the life of the contract. And that's what is important about CREP, right? The landowners sign on the dotted line, they're going to protect these buffers for 10 to 15 years. And that is different than other sort of voluntary actions that we help fund for riparian restoration. So it's sort of a distinction and importance of CREP in my mind. So Oregon Department of Forestry, or ODF, is one of multiple agencies that works with local CREP techs to provide technical review and development of planting plans when needed. And in communication with Ryan Gordon over there at ODF, and we did this back in 2018. There's another opportunity. They have some funding that they received from Forest Service to support CREP, and they're willing to partner with us to help receive that funding up to $140,000. And we can use those funds to help support those CREP technical assistant grants, such as work by CREP techs to recruit and enroll landowners, and complete the necessary review process to get them in the program. But in addition, these funds are going to be used potentially for monitoring and tracking of CREP contracts, including work by CREP techs to track performance of those conservation practices over time, and help ensure landowners are achieving maintenance and performance requirements of their CREP contracts. So with that, staff recommend that the board approve receipt of up to $140,000 from Oregon Department of Forestry in support of the CREP technical assistant grants, and delegate authority to the executive director to distribute funds through the appropriate agreements with an award date of December 17th, 2020. With that, turn back over to Renee or the board.
Nothing to add here, so happy to answer any questions that board members may have.
All right, great. So we'll open up for questions. I have Gary. You're on mute, Gary.
Sorry about that. Gary Marshall for the record. Thanks, Ken, Renee. I just want to let you know I'm really supportive of this whole CREP concept. It's a positive incentive to these landowners for doing the right things, and so I think it's really a good program. And at any point, if there's no more comments, I would be more than willing to make the motion.
We do have Alan's hand up, Gary, and then I will come back to you for a motion.
Okay.
Alan?
Yeah. Hey, Ken, how many grants do you think will be awarded with the 140K?
That's a good question, but keep in mind that we're not just limited to the $140,000, Alan. We typically receive NRCS funds to help fund those CREP TA, and in the past have even used some lottery dollars to complete that. But that said, there are currently 11 grantees that are enrolled in the CREP TA grant program at this time, and so I anticipate an equivalent number in the future.
Okay, so we're talking the 140. What I was just wondering is that for all the CREP projects we have out there, $140,000 isn't a lot of money to divide amongst all the CREP projects we have and the SWCDs who are overseeing CREP projects. And so the scope is going to be different unless the scope's the same, and then you can focus on what those entities are going to do. And if it's implementation monitoring, then that makes sense. But if it's other components of it, then again, it sounds like we're offering a little money for a lot of what has to be done. But your point in the very beginning was helpful, is that the 140K doesn't represent the total pot, that there's more there that helps to do a lot more of the project work.
Yeah, Alan, this is Renee. I think that's key in this case. It's another great example of where we're able to secure a range of different or a variety of different funding sources to meet the needs of a program such as the CREP TA grants. So some creative commingling in a very good way of funding available. And in this case, Department of Forestry was able and willing to provide some funding to contribute to that pot in support of the CREP Tech grant.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll go back to Gary for a motion.
Okay, this is Gary Marshall for the record. I move the board approve receipt of up to $140,000 from Oregon Department of Forestry in support of the CREP Technical Assistant Grants, and delegate the authority to the executive director to distribute funds through the appropriate agreements with an award date of December 17th, 2020.
We have a motion by Gary. Do we have a second?
Mark seconds.
All right, second by Mark. Any further questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Is that an opposition, Gary?
He made the motion.
No opposition.
Delayed. So you gonna oppose your own motion? All right, we're good. Motion carries. So Maida, any final housekeeping for today?
I think two items. One, a thank you to the board. The conversations over the last 2 days were pretty outstanding. We really appreciate your full participation and discussion through a lot of very meaty topics. So thank you for that. And then logistically, our next meeting will be in March for the coordinating committee. I will be sending out a draft agenda to you after this meeting, and included in that will be the set of committee reports. So please take a look at those and see if there's anything from those committee reports that we looked at this time that you think need to come up for a broader coordinating committee discussion. But other than that, we'll see the coordinating committee folks next week. And I don't think any other logistics unless April or Renee, you have any.
And I think, Liza Jane, did you have a closing comment you wanted to bring up?
I do.
Yeah.
Hold you for just a minute more. We have 14 days left in this tremendous year of 2020. And I want to thank all of you for pulling through it. And I'd like to share these few words that my daughter wrote, actually. 2020, the year to remember and forget. This year, we often forgot what day of the week it was. Thanks to chores and the needs of others, we remembered that it doesn't really matter. We did 180s when we forgot our masks and grocery bags. We remembered how to tend to sourdough and make perfect pancake batter. We forgot to turn on the news and felt better for a day. We remembered we were all in this together. One big world, come what may. In the coming year, may we forget to pass judgment and remember the warmth of seeing smiles and shaking hands. May we forget our online passwords and remember our local shop owner's name instead. And may we forget the harsh words said while sorting cows or balancing the books, and remember the laughing, the small victories, and that time is all it took. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Liza Jane. And thank you once again, board members. I just echo Maida's comments. What a phenomenal conversations the last 2 days and a phenomenal meeting. So look forward to our next one. We are adjourned. 1 minute early. Liza Jane, great job today.
Thank y'all.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
See everybody. Be well.